Да. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Moscow is with you from the radio Альдебаран studio. Alexey Muratov, a partner of KB Strelkar, with you. We are starting our first panel session of the Jubilee Moscow 10th Moscow Urban Forum towards the future through the past, preservation of the cultural heritage of megapolises. Our discussion is based on research and surveys conducted by PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, about comparison of policies and practices of preservation of heritage in Moscow and four capitals, Moscow, Paris, Rome and Berlin. And our speakers will discuss the general topics, relevant topics of preservation of heritage in the capitals, and they represent their heroes. With us we have Sergei Mirzayan. He represents Moscow Department for Cultural Heritage, Chief Commissioner for Preservation of Heritage. Sergei Mikhailovich, can you hear? Yes, I'm here, I can hear you. And Ksenia Paveshenko, Senior Manager, Strategy and Operations Consulting and Advisory of PwC. Hello, Ksenia. Nice to see and hear you. You were in charge, you conducted this study I've just mentioned, and you will just pinpoint the main stream of our discussion today about preservation of heritage in megapolises. And hello, David English is our next participant. Can you see and hear us? Good. David is a development advice team leader of Historic England, public organization of the UK for preservation of heritage, and he will speak about the state of things in London. And Jane Thompson is also with us, director of the program for managing of heritage of Bocconi University. It's in Milan, and she is a great specialist of preservation of Rome, and she will speak on about interesting events in this internal city. And Jane, of course, knows a lot about London. Hopefully, she will give a comparison picture. And in our target we have the following topics as the society's role in preservation, funding of restoration of cultural heritage objects, and monitoring and private investments. But the main issue, speaking about heritage in big cities and capital cities, it's about reasonable equilibrium between preservation and development, because European capitals, they are historically old and big cities at the same time, and these cities have a lot of such objects of cultural heritage, and their number, according to PwC study, is growing. Moscow's register has about 6,000 such objects. Over the last 50 years, this figure doubled, and in London, David may correct me if I'm wrong, this number is even greater, about 20,000, and we have double and triple growth over the last decade, or this period, a little more. It's a great value for local community and the population of the cities. It's a kind of face of the nations and symbol of civilizations and continents, like Colosseum in Rome, Big Ben of London, or the Kremlin, and the role and the value, historical and other aspects of value of European capitals is difficult to overestimate. At the same time, European capitals are drivers of national economies, and the contribution growth to gross domestic product is great. For instance, in Moscow, 21%, in Paris, 27%, and in London, over 30%. And it's natural that it's reflected in the realty market. Average price per square meter in European capitals is 2-3 times higher than in other real estate objects of other cities, and like Chelsea, Kensington, 6 times higher than other places in Great Britain. And historical districts located in historical centers of the city, well, they are under huge press of developing companies and finance groups, and to maintain the development of the city and the country, this press is inevitable, and the role of the preservation authorities and organizations and all interested parties is this role is one of the key. These authorities and organizations are looking for a tiny balance, a good solution how to use the monuments and to preserve their identity and importance and cultural attraction. On the other hand, this is what we are going to speak today, and I invite Ksenia Paveshenko of PwC and to tell us a little what their study showed. Yeah, hello colleagues, I'm going to share my presentation with you. Nice to see you during the first day of the second month of the summer, and to present the results of our study, and to be the first speaker to introduce the agenda and to understand the recent trends in capital cities like Berlin and Moscow and other cities. Well, our first public study of European cities to European capitals in the area of cultural heritage over the last 5 years. This was the first study of the kind, and in the nearest future we are going to release it. What are the criteria to judge about heritage? And after that we'll speak about Paris and Berlin. Well, speaking about heritage, part of European cities understand movable and immovable, tangible and intangible objects, and what are the value criteria important to register it and to enter it in the list to be protected. Well, the criteria for heritage objects are very similar in most European cities. It's historical, artistic, scientific, social, archaeological and architectural, and one of the criterion to enter in the list of such objects. And then there are some different criteria. For example, in Moscow this procedure is very formalized. There is a long list and there is a system of points or grades, and every object receives a certain number of points. And when the object reaches certain threshold, this object may become a heritage object. In Paris and Berlin, they have expert boards, and they consider various approaches to make the decision whether it's an object of cultural heritage or not. For example, our London colleague of Historic England developed a lot of guidelines describing different criteria for these values. In Rome, additional criterion is the presumption of age. If that is older than 60 years. And in Paris, public interest is the criterion. And once this object is of public interest, it can be registered and entered in the list. Well, social classification, the approach is similar. We have four main categories: monuments, parks, gardens, ensembles, and landmarks and archaeological objects. In some cities, some categories are absent and other are widely represented, and we see that on the whole we have a wide range of such objects, 7 types in each megapolis: archaeology, building, construction element of urban environment, monument, architectural element, parks, gardens, ensembles, and complexes. And the percentage is different, varies from city to city. London has a lot of structures and elements of urban structure. If you see at the third line, what it is, it's small architectural forms like phone booths, hydrants, water pumps, where tourists can want and have snapshots and selfies. Rome, for instance, has the largest number of archaeological sites, and Moscow has the second place, and we have about 250 objects that are soon to be registered, and they are already under state protection. In terms of importance and protection, we see that all cities protect their monuments on a national level, except Berlin, and in Moscow has also another degree of importance, regional degree of importance, and London has also local criteria, local level. Moscow and Rome has intermediary status of protection for newly found objects, apart from 6,000 objects in Moscow, which are in the list, has also about 2,000 objects that have the same rights in terms of the protection status, and they are under the control of Department of Cultural Heritage, and with the same principles of architectural protection and so on and so forth. This is what I wanted to say to understand what is meant by heritage in each of these megapolises. And speaking about the key agenda of recent years, we will start from Paris. We see 4 trends that have been relevant over the last 5 years. That's overcoming the pandemic consequences, development of new toolkit, tools of funding, revitalization and involvement in new mode of life, overcoming COVID consequences. Looking at Paris, with the lockdown being imposed at 7 p.m., the city authorities understood that they are not able to approve a lot of documents. And now there is a document turnover to approve some restoration works and similar activities. That's a kind of analog pattern of what is going on in Moscow. And of course, we see a very significant decrease in income because the tourist flow has reduced or stopped, and extra funding from the state budget was allocated about 614 million euro for restoration of French cathedrals. Part of this money goes to support the most important museums, and 100 million for restoration of one of the castles. A second trend is developing new instruments of funding, which we can observe in all cities when the city tries to find private funding sources instead of public. So, for example, Notre Dame de Paris, after the fire, needs restoration, and fundraising enabled to collect over 900 million euro, and this 200 million were donated by 236,000 individuals, citizens of France. Louis Vuitton, L'Oreal, these large corporations also helped, and we also want to point out Stephen Byrne Mission, who is a famous journalist and public figure, who decided to create a company for preserving heritage. Initially, it was decided to raise funds for protection of those monuments that are not registered, and one of the ways to raise funds is a lottery, which is very interesting. And Ksenia, I apologize, 9 minutes. Can you not wrap up, but please be faster and speak about Berlin and Paris, and also advertisement revenues. Well, the involvement of cultural heritage in the program of search of new utilization. For example, special zones in Paris. In Berlin, we have several agendas connected with the decrease of involvement of city authorities. When the city authorities delegate to the public, to the society, the responsibility for certain heritage objects, like tube station, for example, and then preservation and emphasis on certain categories of heritage. We remember that Berlin was Eastern and Western Berlin, and the society of that period is very interesting now, over 65% of it. And to continue speaking about the role and functions of non-commercial organizations, non-profit organization, there is one large organization that developed requirements, key requirements to the authorities. It's obligatory informing the society and awareness campaign about future programs to demolish some facilities, and another program in Berlin are monuments for the future, when we're talking about energy efficient technologies at such heritage objects like this windmill, which is an example of a green object. Thank you very much. This study is very interesting. A huge amount of information was processed and analyzed, and KB Strelka also participated in this study. I invite you at 3:15 today to listen to press conference about this study, where we can learn more. Ksenia, I have a question of general nature. When I was getting ready for this panel, I read the materials of the recent 10 years about heritage and media, and I noticed that some of the heritage experts are skeptical about the need in Moscow Moscow to learn from other European capitals, with them having some dubious processes like cucumber and other contemporary objects, pyramids in Louvre, for example, in the yard of the Louvre, partial rebuilding of Reichstag in Berlin. Do you think is it worth studying our colleagues' experience, or should we have our own individual way? Well, I think it's always useful to learn other experience, and our colleagues also can learn something from us. So we always have something to share, and our colleagues also have interesting practices. So I guess all of us should look at each other and to learn from best practices. Thanks a lot, Ksenia. And this brings us to another city, London. And David English, the floor is yours. If London people, the population like cucumber or not.
Thank you. I think they love the gherkin. London's built heritage is known internationally with its palaces and its 4 World Heritage Sites. Heritage is a major draw. In 2019, before the COVID pandemic, it helped London attract 22 million inbound visitors who spent over £15 billion, which was about 12% of London's GDP. You will know, and Ksenia made reference to some of its international design icons, like the red telephone boxes, but you might not be aware of how diverse London's heritage is. There's no defining era or architectural style. And I share on this slide an image of some listed dinosaurs. These were built in the 1850s and were the first attempt in the world to model extinct animals from fossil remains and illustrate some of the weirder and more wonderful heritage assets we have in London. London has very long-standing heritage protection. We've been proactively making lists of what is special for over 100 years, and we now have lots of designated assets, as Alexei suggested. There are around 19,000 nationally listed buildings. You can see the little blue dots on the map, and over 1,000 locally designated conservation areas. Those are the red patches. And this remarkable heritage needs a robust system of management. This slide illustrates some of the bodies involved in the governance of London's heritage. But I would note, despite there being lots of different agencies involved, there aren't actually that many people involved. Within the state sector, there are about 100 specialists at Historic England and in local authorities combined who will be providing advice on all development applications affecting London's heritage. The sources of advice are therefore fragmented between organisations, but we have a long history of working together. And the key point I would make here is that state resources are directed towards development management processes and spatial planning. This is where change is happening, where investment decisions are being made, and it means that heritage expertise is being targeted to where the greatest threats are to try and overcome those threats before they materialise. And it's very much our aim to be efficient and responsive. There are 2 groups not shown on this slide who are very important, the general public and the private sector, both of whom also have a major role in addition to owning historic buildings and financing works. Alexei described nicely the challenges of growth in cities like London. London is a dynamic city, and there are parts of London where change to the built environment is really very much part of the DNA of the place. This dynamism is evident with the changing skyline. There are over 500 buildings of over 20 stories in the planning pipeline, But most of these will have very little impact on heritage. And we are very mindful in London that development can drive improvements to the condition of heritage assets, cross-funding restoration work, and importantly, providing new uses for old buildings. But development pressure can also be a threat to heritage. Historic England's casework challenges are not normally proposals to demolish historic buildings or from things like climate change adaptation, but rather we spend a lot of time considering the impact of development which affects the setting of historic buildings, particularly tall buildings placed in close proximity to very sensitive and important sites. You see here the Tower of London. London is a global metropolis, and managing the economic aspirations of the population and its politicians who want to keep London as a thriving international hub, managing that alongside the social and environmental impacts of growth is very challenging. And one of the things we have is a lot of public, media and international scrutiny. In response to this, the Mayor of London, working with Historic England, have developed some new London-wide policies. These were adopted in March of this year. The Mayor's new London plan seeks what he describes as good growth. This is clearly linked to sustainable development, but there is a stronger emphasis on the delivery of social and environmental benefits than there was in the past, where the focus perhaps was more on the economic benefits. Culture and heritage get greater support than previous London plans, and Historic England was very pleased to support this development strategy as it was developed. The sector in London is also responding to the challenges that the scale of growth that we've had over the past 30 years is leading to. I include here some images showing some of the innovative digital technologies that are being developed. We have ever improving 3D modelling of the urban environment to test the impact of proposals, especially on protected views, on the setting of historic buildings, and importantly, to understand the cumulative impacts of multiple developments, some of which haven't even been built. And all of this information is used to create evidence to support better decision making. Nevertheless, despite the benefits of economic growth, not all of London's heritage assets are viable. There are around 650 which we have classified as being at risk. These have issues of vacancy, damage, neglect, and poor condition. And in response to this, Historic England work with local authorities to target engagement with owners of at-risk properties. Historic England publishes an annual register of heritage at risk, and this generates a lot of press and public attention. It encourages private investment and also can be used to unlock public and philanthropic grant support for the worst case buildings and monuments. And I think this approach to heritage at risk nicely illustrates the range of partners, public, private and third sector, who are all involved in managing London's heritage. It relies on a broad public support for this heritage and illustrates the need for a diverse source of investment. It also helps show how time and resources are carefully targeted to where they will be most effective, and also how heritage can be used to deliver multiple public policy objectives. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, David, for such a great presentation. I can't help asking one question. So, since the very beginning, I was asking myself this question. Since you started the presentation, only 100 employees of the heritage protection for 20,000 sites of cultural heritage, and you say that the system is working perfectly well and it's quite efficient. So, how can you manage? How is that possible? It at all, with such a huge disproportion between the number of the sites to be protected and the number of people who are empowered to do so?
So I wouldn't claim it's perfect, but we do try to have an efficient system which delivers advice to the places it's required at the right time. And the way this largely works is through forward planning, delivering heritage expertise into spatial development plans, and also reactively with advice being given when building owners submit proposals for change. So people will apply for permission to make a change to their building, and then they will receive advice.
Yes, but how you are tracking the condition of this huge number of sites? For example, if you regularly have some inspection, if there is some risk of destruction or damage, or you just hope that the citizens will inform, or you do it yourself?
There is a system of monitoring to pick up the heritage at risk assets, and this works with partners at local authorities. Most London boroughs have a conservation officer who will know which buildings in their area are liable to be at risk, because they will see what development proposals come forward, and also they will see the buildings which are vacant. And it's through a dialogue between agencies that we can identify where the threats are, rather than an ongoing cycle of monitoring, which would be very labor intensive.
That's clear. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Thank you for coming us down that in London, despite the cucumbers, walkie-talkie, and other skyscrapers in the center, everything is fine with the heritage, and the trend is quite positive. Let us move to Rome. Jane, you have the floor.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen. Let's hope it works. 1 second only. Is it working? It's coming up. I'm taking you briefly to Rome with the idea that actually I'd probably quite happily link a few threads from Moscow through Paris and Berlin to London. A lot of what David's saying about them being in so few kind of mirrors the whole challenge of our times, of those countries that manage heritage through prescriptive approaches, and those that manage heritage through encouraging others to do it all. As Ksenia said in her introduction, all our big capital cities, our national systems are showing this massive trend of heritage overtaking us. This is a slide from Rem Koolhaas. And it's a question of time before every house we're living in becomes heritage. And that's really a big part of the challenge our cities are facing, of where is the line. And of course, this is happening in a situation of fast development and huge environmental issues as our human takeover of the planet produces species extinction and other forms of environmental crises. So we're expanding our definitions of heritage in the very moment when threats are exploding. And as you can see from this slide, which is from the World Heritage System, the big threats aren't rain and wind on our wall paintings or ancient roofs. It's mainly failures in management and institutions, and it's the inability to deal with change and development well, things that David touched on, but also social cultural uses of heritage, how we go about managing use patterns. Rome is a great place to look at this, because nowhere like Rome can claim that everything is heritage pretty much. And I like to show this picture of Rome, which is Rome in context, because let us remember that Rome is all about its massive connections to a huge empire, its roads, and its long-standing cultural status as a kind of cultural hub through the centuries. And of course, Rome today is a kind of series of layers and layers of century passed by. And every type of change hits upon each layer of history right through to the periphery areas. Now, the World Heritage Site, clearly, the UNESCO World Heritage Site captures the big hotspot transboundary with the Vatican, so it's a two-state World Heritage Site, which talks about the whole history of Rome, from all those ancient sites. The dots are archaeology, the red is archaeology, evidence of archaeology. Obviously, it's everywhere underneath, through to medieval Rome, which is incredibly intact still today, and through to 1800s, 1900s Rome. And that's how the World Heritage status frames it. Sadly, not really giving a courageous attention to the changes under fascism in the early 20th century, which, as you all know, radically changed the area around the Colosseum, all the way up to Flaminio and down to EUR. So what's interesting is that the city we're managing today, the change aspired to is penetrating right through those very old layered areas. So it's a great playground to understand what you can and what you can't do, what works, what doesn't work. Now, in my brief moment, I don't have much time to talk about that in any useful detail, so I'll just focus on some big issues. The kind of problems we're facing is that the heritage institutions are obviously often framed to do this. The idea is they're dealing with an island, a specific item, and they have a single mandate. And the assumption is heritage is something you can draw a line around. And the other problem we see is that desire to protect heritage, making it public, and that almost becomes a form of exclusiveness, because decision-making is then becomes the domain of few rather than of the majority. So protection becoming an exclusive process. And this translates also into many areas, especially in archaeology, heritage actually becoming fenced off or more difficult to access. So we've had trends over the last 50, 70 years in Italy of this heritage agenda actually denying access. And of course, our desperate urge to protect these magic special places has often made our sector, the heritage sector, terribly aggressive, defensive, military-like. If you look at the language of the World Heritage Convention, sorry, did somebody ask me something? If you look at the language of the World Heritage Convention, it's all about buffer zones, reactive monitoring, it's very much like military.
Итак, то, что касается военных,
I'm hearing translation possibly. I don't know if
объектов.
I can't really speak.
There is some problem with, there is a technical problem, sorry.
Sorry. Let me carry on.
Sorry. Yes, Jane, could you just stop?
Self-referential defensive of the sector. So we're wanting to defend our heritage from other sectors and almost from civil society. And that's been overlaid with our kind of tourism agenda, heritage as a sort of opportunity to make money, and tourism being automatically seen as a win-win in our cities with heritage agendas. I look at the Tower of London and David and think of London, the big city of free museums. And of course, our World Heritage Site is one of the most expensive museums in the world. The Tower of London has a ticket that would cost nearly 30 euros. So we've kind of become a bit ridiculous. And of course, that's brought us to use language and mentalities that are often too much from the commercial sector and not so easily applicable to heritage. This comes into its own in Italy with the 2017 tourism plan, which was a great piece of progress. It was trying to really deal up front with what does tourism mean for heritage. And it really celebrates the fact that Italy is cutting edge internationally in these brand indexes for heritage and culture. It's cutting edge for tourism. But a big question mark comes out to me when I read that strategy is, where is Italy on this ranking? It's not even in the first 10. And so I think where Italy is today is that kind of crisis of having recognized heritage quite early on, started making it work economically, but still not having quite understood how to make it work for local communities and society. And maybe some of you have been reading the controversy around Venice and indeed Florence. These are places that bring out to the fore what are local residents getting from our heritage agenda. And I suppose the appeal is to our very silo mentality institutions. And in Italy, we have a much more heavily bureaucratic top-down heritage set of institutions, more like Moscow than London, is that recognition that these institutions need to recognize that there are many players and their mandate is about working with others. And this is where London is interesting, because all 100 colleagues of David are essentially working to make others do their job properly, rather than do everything themselves. And I think this is the big shift we're seeing in our cities. I'd like to close with one little, having been slightly rude about the tourism strategy and the need to look at sustainable development better. One interesting development in Italy, precisely to get away from this mentality of inventories and lists of monuments and recognize that heritage is more complex, is the landscape plans. And these were a real shift in trying to almost take the nature sector mentality of ecosystems, views, corridors into relationships, socio-economic, ecological interdependencies, and understand heritage not as a list of nodes, but more as a quality in a landscape. And that's proving a good shift. It's still not solved everything, but it's beginning to help the Italian system, also with the recent reforms, to recognize that the mandate has shifted from being defending heritage, looking after heritage at all costs, to our heritage institutions looking after heritage and society together. And that's one area where I have to say, looking at London, you'll see a lot of strategic documents and long-term visions that are very helpful in this sense. And so I suppose where we're at, if we're good, and we're not there yet, certainly in Italy, is that ability to stop talking about threats and managing threats and start to see our mandate as turning threats into opportunities. And I think that's, if I had to sort of summarize where the reform in Italy, 2014 onwards, has been trying to take us, but hasn't quite got there, is recognizing that we're no longer managing a city of inventory of monuments, but we're managing an ecosystem where the connections are as important as the nodes. Thank you. Very brief, but hopefully some insights.
Well, there were some problems with the channel where the translation was, now it's everything all right. Here is a question. For decades or many years, Italy and specialists of Rome, they were dictating the trends, so to say. Gustavo Giovannone, Cesare Brandi, Giovanni Urbani, for decades, one of the leading institutions to form the agenda of the Restoration Institute in Rome. Now the situation is different, and Italy may learn something from Paris and London, so you have less innovations now. Is it true?
I don't think it's that simple. I think after the Second World War, Italy was without a doubt the cutting-edge driving force, certainly in the Western world, for material conservation of heritage, and it still is. I think what's happened is our heritage mandates changed a lot, and it's also a lot about management and socio-economic issues, intersectoriality. And that's where maybe Italy is not necessarily one of the forerunners. I think recent reforms means it's an interesting place to look at in terms of, let's think of Moscow, very top-down and institutionally dominant like Italy, but how you break that up and decentralize decision-making without privatizing. Italy's doing a lot of interesting things in that sense. So it becomes a bit of a hybrid Rome between maybe London and Moscow. I always like to say the places to learn from are not in Europe. We always need to look at small islands abroad, far away, like Sri Lanka or New Zealand. They're realities in which you get great innovation because they're at a size where change can happen well. So I would look well beyond Paris and Berlin for our lessons. Auckland, Colombo, go exotic.
Все-таки поясните, что
Well, could you please specify hybrid variant between London and Moscow? London, we understand more or less that what Moscow for you, what is the second part of the hybrid? Can you expand on it?
Okay, well, as David showed, the UK in general, England in particular, is a very agency-based approach to heritage management. Agency working with the private sector. And so the government's devolved a lot of power to a lot of different players. And that means there's a huge experience over a 20-year period of working with others. Whereas public dominant systems like Italy, let's just say that when English heritage, which preceded historic England, was downsized, it got to 270 people. At that moment, England, the whole of England, the Ministry of Culture in Italy had 25,000 members of staff. Now, clearly, Italy has a lot of archaeological sites. It makes sense. It's a bit bigger in some ways. But you're just looking at a completely different approach. What's interesting now, I'd say, where I'd put Rome as a middle ground, is that the ministry here is not managing the kind of proactive, aggressive restructuring that characterized English heritage back then, where you intentionally lay off expertise, choose priorities. The ministry here is downsizing through retirement, so through default. But in its downsizing process, it's putting enormous emphasis on decentralizing decision-making, taking decision-making to the problems. So this is all the new independent institutes. So you'll see the Colosseum, Villa Giulia, the Roman Museum, the Museo Romano. They have all become more like almost an American museum model, where they have their own budget, they're self-accountable. They still don't quite manage their own staff, but they can recruit. So we're beginning to see a fragmentation and decentralization of decision-making that we've had probably in the UK for a lot longer. Hence, I would frame it rather ambitiously as a hybrid, but it's not quite that simple.
I see yes or no, but we'll understand it after what Sergei Mikhailovich Mirzayan will say. Now it's the right time to give microphone to Moscow. Dear friends, good afternoon. I'm going to share my presentation. We don't see your presentation yet.
Работает, Сергей.
Работает, да? Еще раз добрый день.
All right. Good afternoon, dear friends, once again.
Сегодня расскажу.
I'm going to speak about preservation of cultural heritage in Moscow in terms of managing. We have a very well-tuned system, and over the past decade, we have managed to preserve positive dynamics in the sector. The chief task is to preserve and to give new functions, new life to cultural heritage buildings. I would point out the main points of this management. First of all, we have large-scale restoration program in Moscow. We have a list of over 8,000 historical buildings, including those that are already approved as heritage sites. And every year we complete restoration of about 100 new heritage sites. This year, for instance, we have completed 67 heritage sites. And over the last decades, about 1,100 heritage sites were renovated. The percentage of state funding for such works is about 1.5 billion euro. It's large-scale work covering the whole territory of the city using private and public funds. And maybe not despite, but thanks to large number of heritage sites in Moscow, we have two funding sources, private and state, and of course attracting investors is one of the key tasks for us today, and during the last 5 years we have seen a positive trend with half of funds on restoration of architectural sites is at the cost of private investors. A very nice example you can see on the left. It's a well-known building all over the world, Narkomfin, constructivism monument, the pride of Russia. This style is known all over the world. And last year it was completed, restoration of it was completed. On the right you can see price of these or other sites, and the leaseholder is obliged to ensure proper restoration works, and then this site is leased. The program is popular, involving 26 sites in Moscow, and some new sites are being restored and will be added. Another important feature is monitoring the condition of the sites. It's very proactive. It's one of our major functions, together with looking for undiscovered sites. And the condition of the monument, mandatory compliance with requirements, is planned monitoring every 5 years. Every site receives inspection, its visual inspection by specialists to define the architectural physical state of the monument, and a list of work which is necessary then is outlined. It's not recommendation, but it's a kind of obligation, obligatory requirement, and then it is followed by control, and in case of violation we can issue special orders and instructions, and there is an opportunity to impose penalties and fines in case of failure to comply with the schedule of restoration. And in this case we understand sometimes the reason for failures, and in terms of registering cases of illegal works, we have a hotline, and every citizen may contact us if he observes some violations, and we can verify this information, go to the sites and control, and if the violations are real, we stop these works until all mistakes are eliminated and violations are eliminated. It's not only about control and monitoring. Our main task is to convince the owners of the buildings, and we have a lot of such examples. We convince them to tell them how to do it in the right way, and we provide consulting support to them. We organize meetings for them, because heritage site it's also a social facility, and there are a lot of social institutions involved in this process, so coordination is very essential. Another aspect is working and we concentrate on this aspect is reducing the number of heritage sites which are in dilapidated condition. We have strict and clear criteria for an emergency condition of such sites, and we create a special road map, and then this map is used in our cooperative work with these owners of such sites to bring them to a new level. Another stage is registration of cultural heritage sites. In Moscow, register we have, as it was said during the first presentation, we have a special scale of points, and it helps to make correct judgments and to make decisions about protection of the sites, and we also invite our academia, research institutions with a special council considering these cases and providing us with recommendations about this or that site. And it's important to note that every citizen has the right to file an application about this or that site if he thinks that this site may have some historical or cultural value, and then we consider such applications. For instance, this site, recently it was registered and it is protected, a typical sample of wooden architecture. You may notice that we have a lot of such monuments of wooden architecture, and it's difficult to preserve them every year. It's getting more and more difficult because Moscow, like any other European capital, is a very fast changing city, and the land is very expensive, and it's very tempting to use this land to build another cucumber. And our task is to preserve these buildings, and this brings me almost to the end of my presentation. We are very active in communicating to the population, who are very active in the process of preservation. I mean the process of filing applications and preservation of small historical elements that perhaps do not have any special value, but they are interesting for our and the next future generations. For example, one of the deputies of one of the precincts had the initiative to preserve such signs. I'm going to show them in my slide. The signs of Soviet society for assisting of aviation, chemistry and defense. There was a special society, and it's on the facade of the building, and one of the old mansions houses our department, and this mansion has this symbol of this society. It used to be a residential building, and now we restored this sign. We like this idea very much. Another example is cooperating with a society called Remember Everything. They restore different plaques on the buildings, memorial plaques, different notices and tables, information boards, and once we found a historical inscription of this partnership of Mr. Kuznetsov, a merchant So this is the original inscription of the owner of this building, and special attention is paid to volunteer work, different patronage organizations, and working with young generation, children and students, because it's our future, and we attract them to restoration work, and we look at them as a population of our city that must care for historical sites, and it's important for us to make them instill love for historical sites in them. And we have a special youth forum where students of architectural universities are involved in special projects of restoration of architectural sites, and we are working with residents of different districts and children. It's part of a contribution to preserve our heritage. Sergei Mikhailovich, thank you very much for this very informative story. We are running out of time, but I do have a question, very interesting. During the recent years, Moscow has acquired a few interesting restored sites like Narkomfin that you showed, or river boat station. Restoration is an important but very boring activity. This was the opinion, but thanks to such activities of yours, the attitude has changed. Is it a general trend, or is it a very temporary phenomena? What are we going to see in the nearest future? Well, it's not by chance, because we have a special purpose large-scale program, and we see quantity changes turning into qualitative changes. We have a lot of landmark and not even landmark sites in the city, and the department receives piles of letters and applications with different opinions, criticizing sometimes the maintenance company using this, maintaining this building. And we check their documentation. Well, the system of management presupposes control over this work, and our inspectors often go to sites for inspection, and they check different positions that must be in strict compliance with the requirements, and the customers may not violate these requirements. As for new interesting sites for the nearest future, we have prepared a presentation of an interesting historical site. It's DES2. It's electrical plant for city trams. And it's very old and used to be out of operation for many years. And in the middle of this year, or by the end of this year, we are going to hold inauguration of this old electrical station power plant. Thank you very much, Sergei Mikhailovich. This means that Moscow will have Rensepiana site. This architect also has such sites in Rome and Paris, not Berlin only. Well, colleagues, lots of questions remaining, but we can see that the role of heritage and management of heritage preservation is increasing, and this means that we are going to have many more meetings to discuss very interesting issues. So, dear friends, see you at 3 p.m. today at the press conference of PwC study. See you soon. Bye.
Добрый день, меня зовут...
Good afternoon. My name is Ksenia Chudinova. I'm happy to welcome you at the Moscow Urban Forum 2021. Today we have a very exciting and unusual conversation around how we are coping with social distancing and what is the social distancing reflex, how we can overcome the vulnerability of shareable city. My speakers do not require any introduction, but still, Mr. Grigory Revzin, architectural critic partner of Strelka KB. Hello, Grigory. And Itai Palti, director of Hume, which is the design bureau which is dealing with the philosophy of social distancing.
Hi. Okay.
What's the history and the agenda? Well, the story is the following. If we used to have such a wonderful word, contact, communication, and we thought that the city is connecting people, bringing together the society and professional communities in the 21st century, because of the pandemic, we have the analogies which is called intact, and we are at a big social distance, and the economy is changing, the infrastructure is changing, and the ideas are changing, and the cities are changing. So this is the topic of our today's conversation, and Itai has a great presentation and speech, an impressive one, and we'll be happy to hear you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I'm excited to be in this dialogue. I will just share my screen. Let me do that, and then we can begin. So, let me just... You can see the screen okay? Yeah. Okay, great. My name is Itai Palti. I work at the intersection of architecture and science, specifically neuroscience or any of the human sciences, cognitive science, psychology, and so on. And for the last decade or so, I've been working to mesh these two fields together so that we can use science to create a practical application for improving the way we design and the health of our cities and our built environment. And so I founded and director of the Center for Conscious Design, which is an international think tank, and Hume, which is a science-informed architecture and urban design practice. Today, we've been asked to talk about social distancing, which is obviously a topic that is very important in this time of the pandemic, but also it's something that was very important even before the pandemic. And what I'll be talking about is really the way that we embed values into place. What does it mean when we take specific values of a culture and how they manifest into the built environment in the cities that we create? And so I'm here today to share with you a lens, a way of thinking about the built environment, and through it asking important questions about how space and place affect our experience, our well-being, and many, many other aspects of our lives. I believe that the built environment is the most potent and sustainable platform for social change. This is inspired by Henry Lefebvre's right to the city, the right to change ourselves by changing our environment. So when we're asking a question like what makes a friendly city, or how do we tackle something like the social distance reflex, to me this is a question of cultural values, and therefore it's not necessarily something that is specific to answering the problems of the pandemic. The cultural values and the way that the cities reflect these values. What do we prioritize when we design our cities? And what is our measure of success? The idea that we can change ourselves through our surroundings can be understood better using some of the lenses that cognitive science has to offer. For example, extended cognition and embodied cognition. This thinking helps us understand how our mind is not limited to our brain, but rather extends outwards to our environment, in a way that it becomes an integral part of the way we understand and operate in the world. Usually a smartphone is used as an example of this, so you can think of how the phones are part of our memory, how they give us specific skills that we don't have through our organic bodies, for example, like communicating with people miles away. But we don't have to look as far as modern technology to think about how we use our environment as a tool to extend our cognition. Here's an example of how I remember to take something out when I leave the house. So you put something on the door handle. Try to think how you use your home to help you remember things, to allow you to do something more easily, and to give yourself cues for making specific decisions. How can we, with this new lens, begin to understand more deeply that what we build is an extension of ourselves, a projection of our intent, and a projection of what we want the world to be? So therefore, what we build reflects the values that we project. From the intent to protect and to survive, the intent to help or to make an act simpler, to guide to safety, and sometimes the intent is less generous. Sometimes it's to separate and to keep out, or to be warm and welcoming. The intent to include others. And sometimes we wrestle with the intent embedded in the space, adapting it and changing it to our needs. And so what we experience in space is really the interaction of many intents. The designer's intent, you can see here, for example, on the left, how this building was created by the designer, and the intent of the space participants, and the layers of layers of those interacting. But architecture has a strong voice, and in many ways is a forceful medium to extend our intent into the lives of others. Because of this, we need to better understand how this powerful way of communication is used. And even when we are aware of our intent, does it really mean that we achieve what we're aiming for? To me, this is a fundamental question for the field of architecture and urban design. Can we, like most other professions, update our modes of working away from simply intuition and into something more aware, more conscious? Design is a decision-making process, and I'd like to quote one of my inspirations, Upali Nanda, and say that every design decision is a hypothesis. And this is where a scientific approach fits best. When we make a hypothesis, we're doing it because we believe that we produce a certain outcome. And so in order to make sure that the hypothesis makes sense, we refer to knowledge that we can find. But science isn't really just about finding the answers. A scientific approach to design means asking good questions, finding out what you can from the evidence, and also having the scientific humility to know that only by trial and error can we get better results. So why is it that we don't extend this thinking into more aspects of our environment? How can we code our environment to be more supportive of ways of living that are healthier to us, that are conducive to well-being, and that reflect our aspirations? In this session, we're thinking about strategies for restoring the image of the city as a space for socialization. This aspect of our cities has gained interest because of the effects of COVID-19 on public space, but it's by no means a new interest. The loneliness epidemic preceded COVID-19, and it's still ringing the alarm bells that something in our culture, be it the influence of technology or individualism, is pushing us apart. The lifestyles we have built ourselves, including the cities we have built to support these lifestyles, are very much part of the problem. Quality of life indexes have now begun incorporating human metrics that more closely correlate to both our physical and mental health. But this comes with facing a less rosy picture than what the traditional economic metrics portray. No man is an island. Our need to belong is a core human need, and our desire to connect is a fundamental one. Yet this need has been overlooked in urban design, whilst the focus has been on utilitarian aspects of city management. This is partly because the city authority is not seen as directly involved in its citizens' social needs, but also because the metrics involved in understanding a population's social health are historically hard to measure. But this is changing with technology, with new methodologies, and as data on the human experience is becoming easier to record. I can't in this talk give an extensive review of all we can do to design friendlier cities, nor do I think that would be so useful to you. What I can offer are starting points and a way of thinking that can set the ball rolling in a better direction. It all begins with how we communicate. When we ideate around a project, how do we make sure that it is effective at meeting its goals? In many ways, the way we negotiate is limited by the way we measure. And what we traditionally measure in the built environment is the environment itself, not necessarily the experience being had. So we talk about floor space, the cost of materials, dimensions, these units of measure become the drivers for design. For example, we can ask for a school that has 6 classrooms that fit 30 children each, but the designs that come out of this brief don't necessarily mean that these spaces are good for learning. And this quote from Einstein to me represents the issue with what we traditionally count, because it's the important things, the human experience, all the things that affect our health, that we historically leave out in architecture and urban design. But what can be counted drives the evolution of spaces. So we've all seen airplane seats shrink in front of our eyes over the years. This is because the feedback loop that is driving the evolution of design is based on the amount of passengers we can fit and not our well-being. So what should we be counting? These are human metrics, what we call in our work the driving performance measures. What are human metrics? They can be both objective and subjective measures that help us understand the effect of design, be it behavioral, cognitive, metacognitive, and at different scales from individual to society. The choice of which metrics are seen and decided on as a measure of success is an exercise in articulating values, cultural values. Those values are then reflected in the shape of our buildings, our streets, and our cities. Can we go from prioritizing traffic, an act which drains purpose out of public spaces, to prioritizing people's option to dwell in a space comfortably? So how do we change the traditional design process to bring us into a positive feedback loop? Here is the traditional design process. We start with conceiving an idea of a project, which is like articulating intent. This is usually not a process that particularly involves the potential space participants. And then there is a design process based mainly on intuition, without much structure in understanding what led to making the design decision itself. And finally, a build phase, which sees an environment as an end product. At this point, the project is done. What we are advocating for in conscious design is a different process. And there are many differences in this process, but I want, for the sake of this talk, to concentrate on only one element, the person-space dialogue, which reconnects a built space back to rethinking and redesigning. Meaning that a project is never an end product. It's always something that needs to be checked according to the human metrics and the performance measures decided on, and keep on evolving to become better and stay relevant. So in this dialogue, the person-space dialogue, a feedback loop is created, which links 2 sets of measures, human metrics and spatial metrics. Spatial metrics are what we can measure objectively around space or place. And of course, the other side of the dialogue is human metrics, how we feel, what we experience. And so it's possible to spend the whole talk showing great examples of well-designed social spaces, but I feel what's most useful in this case is talking about frameworks. First of all, the framework for an initial design of places based on our research into the qualities of good social spaces. And secondly, a framework for the evolution of spaces by the methodology of conscious design and feedback loops. Here's the first of 3 important aspects of social spaces. And what I'm concentrating on is qualities of the spaces, but what you see on top of the images are really what are the traditional metrics we usually use in these spaces, and what are the new human metrics we should be using to create feedback loops for the positive evolution of space. And the first is accessibility. Accessibility is different from mobility. It means instead of building infrastructure for people to reach further more quickly, we redistribute assets so that they are accessible without reliance on transport. This means less time in transit and more free time to socialize. It means interacting with your neighborhood more frequently and in turn connecting to place and community. And secondly, how financially accessible are social spaces? Most cities have left much of the supply of social spaces to commercial interest, and this has created barriers to socializing by placing a price tag on it. We need more spaces that are free to the public. Secondly, belonging. People will connect to places in which they feel they are understood and represented. Place attachment, our attachment to a place, whether we care about it or not, has been linked to pro-environmental behavior. But it's very difficult to create attachment if people feel like guests, if they feel they don't have agency and stewardship. One way of starting to create this bond is by showing trust. We are so used to public spaces being sterile and immobile. Everything is done to avoid the possibility of vandalism or maintenance costs, but generosity is contagious. And sometimes the environment has to set the tone. We need a greater variety of activities happening in public spaces. Russia is famous for having the chess outside in the streets and people play. This is a wonderful example. But what else can we do to make more people feel that their interests are represented and that they can use outdoor space for different types of interactions? And lastly, comfort, which is only partly addressed in urban design. Physical comfort beyond a place to sit is important. A bench is no good if it's in the blistering sun or if it's not sheltered from rain or wind. If the climate is cold, what can we do to make public spaces more comfortable? Can we adopt technology and designs to create conditions in which we are able to sit comfortably and socialize outside, even if the weather isn't favorable? And comfort is also psychological. Many studies have shown the benefits of natural surveillance on feelings of safety in the city. Can we stop concentrating all street activity to only a few streets and allow street life to take form in all areas? This doesn't mean making everywhere as busy as a city center, but it does mean not allowing for endless dark streets with no one in sight. In all of these points, it's not only the initial intent of the design that are important. In order to create places that keep on adapting and evolving alongside localities, we need to be sure that we are creating the positive feedback loops in which human impact is the driving metric. This, in my opinion, is the only likely sustainable way to bring us back from loneliness we have built ourselves into. And so on this note, and of being conscious, of being conscious of our decisions and the processes we set into motion, I ask just one question. How will you build positive intent into the world? And with that, I'm ending my comments, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Gregory's talk and then continuing in the dialogue and seeing where our ideas come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was an impressive presentation. I think I do have questions, and Grigory Revzin also has some questions. Can you hear us? Yes, I wanted to say that I think that we do have questions. Even I do have a question to you. I'm just curious, what is the approach, what is super new about your approach, because human comfort and that the cities should adapt to humans, they should depend on them. We've been talking about that for a long time. At the same time, I did not just hear the metrics, namely, how do we evaluate this comfort, this accessibility, with what indicators and what are the indicators to be used. And the third part of my question is based on these two parts of my question. It is about certain intention, which is the following. So we get what we want. The projections are becoming life. So what do you think? How we can put together our desires and intense and come to a comfortable comfort. I will come back with that word. Comfortable decision making or visual implementation of what we would like to see.
Okay, thank you. I had to note down because there are 3 questions. Right, so what's new about this approach? First of all, conscious design is built out of a number of different elements. One of the main elements is science-informed design, which is also a methodology which I developed and we use in Hume. The difference between science-informed design and normal design process is that it's not necessarily just based on intuition. So what we do is we look at the knowledge that science gives us about the way we experience space, and we translate that into insights that guide the decisions in the design process. That's a very different process from what usually architecture and urban design does. What that means is that it's constantly being updated by knowledge, and the reason why I went into this journey of integrating science into design is because for some reason the design professions, architecture and urban design, have been left behind compared to other professions. There's a certain arrogance about architecture and urban design of being able to say, my opinion is informed enough to really affect the lives of many other people without having to come up with the evidence or with even having that conversation with people about what their aspirations are and what they want. So conscious design involves a number of different elements. The main idea of conscious design is to bring forward the aspirations and the needs of the people who actually use the space, as opposed to the taste and the whims of a designer, and bring in accountability and responsibility into the process, so that it's not just lip service of we're designing for the health of people. In that sense, you're right that we've always designed for the human experience, but the responsibility and the accountability within the profession for designing the human experience is very lacking at this point, and this is what we're trying to solve. Secondly, the metrics involved. One of the reasons that I don't think it would have been very useful for me to talk about all the different kinds of metrics that would be useful for creating a social city is that we're talking about metrics that need to align to cultural values of the localities. Not every culture and not every community or society interacts in the same way, creates social bonds in the same way, and therefore every metric that has to be chosen for every project has to be relevant to the specific people using that space. Otherwise, what we're doing is we're taking a cultural value from the designer or the client, and we are imposing it on values of the people who will be living in those spaces. And therefore, there might be some universal metrics for socialization, like the things I said, comfort, social comfort, accessibility, and so on. Those are universal relatively, but we need to also dig deep into researching what the community needs, what the specific people in these spaces need, and then base the performance measures of our projects on that. And if we aren't performing well according to what the people who are using the space need, then we're failing. And therefore, we have to keep on using these metrics in order to create this positive feedback loop and the relevance and evolution of a space. I think I slightly answered the third question, which is a decision-making process within the first answer, which is adding accountability into this, meaning if you continue to measure your performance of a space, you continue to be accountable for it performing well and therefore improving over time. And that's something that doesn't really exist very much in the profession. I hope that answers the questions.
Спасибо большое, да.
Thanks a lot. You did, Grigory. Could you tell us how you, what do you think about the perception of the city through the mind perspective and shapes? To what extent it is interesting in terms of providing new prospects of social distancing and new cities that are to emerge? And we also mean virtual cities that are supposed to penetrate into conventional or old school cities. It's very interesting to know your opinion about that. Ksenia, thanks a lot. First of all, thank you for inviting me and for this interesting presentation, which is impressive, suggestive of a very developed approach. As for considering a city in the realm of mind, well, this is what we are doing, and we have been trying to resettle the city into this realm of mind. After this moving, you have a sense of some craziness and the lack of sensibility. I must say that I'm a partner of KB Strelka, and KB Strelka was engaged in the program of My Street in Moscow, and we introduced this ideology about creating social spaces, creating the feeling of belonging to this community, to this society. These are mere words that you keep saying or hearing, but in terms of this paradigm in the name shareable friendly city that includes all that, it might be sensible, I guess, to say a couple of words how it emerged, because there were several stages of forming our KB. It's a commercial structure, and prior to our work with Moscow government, there used to be commercial values, and the concept of a friendly city, well, it came out of the concept of post-industrial city. The idea was exchange in the city is the main value of post-industrial city, and the main idea of the main thing of exchange is people don't know much about each other. Well, the face of a severe capitalist city, Sin City, so to say, the city of competition and struggle, where everyone is a competitor to each other, and competition is the main impetus and driver for urban development, and there are always losers who feel bad, and when you don't think of your neighbor, and you suppose that he may win and I may lose. So we must think of trust and regarding each other as partners and equal. And later on, I repeat, it was a purely commercial idea. Well, the better exchange in the city, the more presentation to the end. Now we go live again. Good afternoon, dear friends. We are back, and please accept our apologies. The administration of Moscow Urban Forum excuses for this technical failure. All of a sudden, in the city center, we had a sudden blackout with some consequences. I strongly believe that we will be able to hear Grigory's presentation and sharing his opinion. Well,
As far as I remember, and I can repeat what you have been saying, you were saying that the exchange idea, it's about trust. It's one of the key things that urbanists think about, all urbanists in the world. And I'd like to ask a question in connection with yesterday's live meeting of Russian president, when construction materials are getting more expensive, and it's more expensive to build fences, and in Russia the percentage of distrust in Russia is 77%. The information of 2013, I don't know if the level of distrust different now. So this is when we were interrupted by blackout. It's these are the ideals for urbanists, which are not the reality of the society. We are living in a society which is called post-totalitarian and conventional situation with low level of mutual trust. It's not only
Тем не менее, программа-то, ну, как бы, ну, не
в ушах. Well,
его повышать. Да? Это
we have
стартовые позиции, все хотят быть за заборами. У нас это никогда не получится, и мы как бы, ну, эту систему не внедрим. Но вот я хочу заметить, что в начале там на Урбан форуме был про то, как вот эту программу, значит, соответственно, ну, сегодня.
Well, today, I don't know to what extent, well, I don't know what you have in reality, apart from blackout. You know, first urban forums were meeting place for Moscow administrative officers, experts from other countries and local urbanists. Then it turned to be an official event with Moscow governmental officials making presentations about their progress, and now it's online event, and I don't know what is going on in the main panel, and anyway, it's a very illustrative phenomena, and the program A Friendly City, initially it did not take into account those strong changes to a city because of the advent of the internet and virtual city. Those the premises of the mind, they are present in the internet, and we are present in the city, in urban space as physical bodies, and in the internet we have our emotions and we share it there, and it looks that a real city, friendly city and virtual city, they compete with each other because we have institutions of trust, communities that may occur in your street or in the yard near your residential building, and generally speaking, this atmosphere occurs most frequently in social media, in the internet, and you can see that acquires a lot of basic urban functions like trade, e-commerce, healthcare, and this process is very active. A lot of such programs, more in America, but in Russia too. During the pandemic, when we see a lot of patients use online programs, not physical visits to doctors in clinics, and sports, its major function, urban function. We saw it during the pandemic that lots of people do sports online with their coach on the screen, and the virtual city is a competitor to conventional city, and those functions to improve exchange, well, they dictate the change. No matter how friendly your space is, virtual city is more accessible and more advanced, with more events taking place, more affordable, cheaper, and of course it directly affects the programs of reconstruction of public spaces. My city program was about the city center. Then we had another program called My Precinct, My District, but still the main premise of the program is to take into account the degree of comfort, to improve and bring it to the level of the historical center of the city, though it's a difficult task, almost impossible, because the districts are much poorer in terms of cultural context and other aspects, and you cannot sense the city there to a full extent. These are not parts of the city, they are just downtown districts. And when you found yourselves in a sleeping district with a smartphone, the accessibility of different functions and accessibility to the rest of the world is not weaker and is the same, and so you do not think of competition here, because everyone is involved in the exchange process virtually, and you have a lot of functions in the internet. I don't want to say that designers don't notice it. Of course, they want to integrate real city to virtual city, to make physical buildings and other small urban objects more interactive, lampposts and the buildings communicating to residents. Well, there are a lot of papers written on this topic about design of the future. When you are sitting at a table and the desk or table surface is a laptop screen, and your fridge is a gadget telling you what it has inside, and with programs of your diet, and the desk has a communication with the fridge, and they have an argument because of the diet requirements. So it's rubbish sometimes when you have a total digitalization of the world, what we see around, an attempt to have internet in place everywhere, Well, it's an attempt of the previous technological stage to catch up with the existing period. Any smartphone can do it much better, talking about integration, than Kelly with talking objects in the apartment, or David Rose, those spaces when you have a mix of digital and real space. Now we are facing a new challenge of a virtual city, and the pandemic has reinforced the competitive advantages and values of virtual city, because the values of physical presence and communication in cafes and in the streets, which Bill Gates spoke of as the most creative space, standing next to a coffee machine, slot machine, when a human, not a competitor to another human, it's a contagious object, and they may not meet each other in real world, but only in virtual world. And so these are competitive advantages of such virtual city. Regarding the advantages of virtual city, it is variety, accessibility, lower prices, and very dynamic development, and of course more freedom people get, though we are at a stage with different parts of the world, like China, Russia, wanting to restrict this freedom, or the community in progressive part of the world, where the communities are more concerned about restrictions now, and the real city has very few chances, because after all a human is still a human body needing physical space. It's an argument, I would say, for suburban mode of life, with your own detached house, with all the advantages of physical space, without drawbacks of a large megapolis. And the cities will not win this competition, of course. And on another pro for such a city is the problem of loss of faith in the future. Today, future is not about space where everyone is happy, which we used to have in the 60s, 70s of the previous century. Now future is viewed as a space of threat, and you have to provide support for yourself in this space. Well, and as soon as we think of a new concept of a future, maybe green, ecological, the advantages of traditional city will disappear, unless we find in the nearest future a substantive answer to a virtual space. We will keep only repeating that we have cycle tracks and friendly spaces. Well, but it's nothing. Well, only experts will be discussing about advantages of virtual space, and the interested officials and businesses that used to be audience, they will disappear. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Once again, I apologize for this technical problem. We have hundreds, thousands of questions, and Itai, allow me to take up some of your time and to to prompt the following idea. If both of you confirm that this new approach, human-centric and friendly city, it's an important case for us, very good stories. So perhaps let us speak about the economic class, unstable, unguaranteed, and partly this word prompts the term proletariat, the people known by their unstable economic status and social network, and also they are engaged in precarious jobs or hard jobs without breaks. And also I can notice a great challenge to cities, well, virtual and real city. It's the increasing gap between these concepts, greater than between liberals and conservatives, when we have some of people in virtual Googles or helmets, or like today I was watching Olga Sviblova's video about new video guided tour in a French museum. What are the things or thread that can be used that urbanists and architects can cling to, thinking about future? Grigory, first you, yeah. Well, I wanted to address you with this question, because speaking about mind and human being in a friendly city, I want to understand how in this new future city, challenging city, what is the future of it from the point of view of architects and urbanists, and when those who support it and share their personal ideas, and another community that want to be in more anonymous space? From my point of view, that designers and architects, they are not at the forefront of creative workers, and they are not pioneers. They do not respond promptly to these challenges. Precariat, it's free of property, real estate. They are not customers of the city, and the means to ensure his way of life are not in place, and the state does not pay for this class of people. Well, perhaps public service, but the architects are not good at it. They are not public servants. You know, it's this layer of the population which is not noticeable, and there is no special target what to do with this class of the population, and those places they choose, for example, people of other social groups, creative class, they that's nomadism, but we are talking about cities which used to be outside the range of our attention, not major cities with politics and ideas implemented, but the the cities, towns left behind, ignored. I may quote Hegel, outside the world progress. Small provincial cities with a cheaper life, no events, and people migrate there, people without citizenship and property, from project to project. And there are a lot of projects about it, but these projects so to say, due to efforts of some enthusiasts, but nevertheless it's a topic for, so to say, rebirth of small towns. And some of them, 2 years ago, I guess it was the second place in the list of such cities was Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia. It's a chance, so to say, this city will keep developing nicely. So these are places, new civilizations are not in place there, and people can find their place.
So the life turns out to be richer compared to that urbanistic environment they found themselves in, and this is itself pointing at the crisis in the urbanistic paradigm, because they have the whole world opened up to them and the city that they live in. So there should be nice weather, cheap property, and nice cafes, few people, and good ecological situation, and that's it. They are not working in this city, they work in the global network. Well, I just was curious that Tbilisi is a small city, so let it stay like that, a town, probably in the understanding of the size of the city and the opportunity to get the immigration flows. 14 billion is Moscow. Of course, that's smaller, Tbilisi. And Itai, I think that you have something to say about this topic as well. And also, whether we take into account everyone, how inclusive we are in building and design our cities, where we are executing the inclusive planet, because an architect is not about the capital, he's interested in the small towns and villages and the connection between them, these points. So what would you say?
Yeah. So first of all, I hope I understood through the translation everything that was said. There's a lot of things that I agree with. I think we're touching on a lot of different points. So I'll try and package it in a way that connects them. I think that touching on inequality of space, the inequality of access to spaces, the inequality of ownership and stewardship and agency in spaces is a really important topic, and I think it manifests in our cities most because the physical environment is limited, different to a digital environment which is almost infinite, and so that creates this this pressure which the result of which is inequality in space. Whether people, communities, humans can migrate from physical space to a digital space, I'm skeptical. I know that it does look like that, but I think we still don't know enough about the way that the human experience is dependent on physical space to say that we can become abstract beings that live in the digital world. We know, for example, through cognitive science that our memory is based in place. We code our memory onto space. We know that we use our space for different cognitive functions. We know that it forms our identity and many other aspects of our being. And so if you try and remove our physical environment from the equation of what it means to be human, I'm not sure that that we can talk about digital space as really the place where we can really exist as humans, although we're seeing something that's very convincing that it could be. the reason of where inequality meets this is that, as Gregory said, digital space is almost infinite, and it has less barriers than physical space because it has less history. We don't know if that's going to be the case in the future. It might be that we're going to get more inequality in digital spaces too. And so the question that it's supposed to make us think about is, how do we, with our limited physical space, tackle something like inequality? And what I try to present in my talk is that the solution for that is creating a direct link between the people who are in the space and the decision-making process that shapes that space over time. And historically, really, that's not something that's done, because it's a very small group of people who decide on the shape of the city and the shape of a lot of people's lives. In order for that to happen, what we need are mechanisms that introduce accountability and responsibility into the process. Meaning, who do we answer to when we create a space? Is it effective? Is it working? Is it failing? Most of the time, we don't have to answer. That's how architecture and urban design work. But when you start creating these loops of dialogue that mean that the decisions have a weight, then what you're doing eventually is connecting more closely the people who are affected by the space and the people who are deciding on that space. And maybe in some way you're helping the people affected by the space decide for themselves. And this relationship might create a different a solution to inequality, because it takes away some of the opaqueness, and there is a lot of opaqueness in the design process. And so I think really it's a matter of decision making.
Sorry, we have 20 seconds. Just sorry for interrupting. 20 seconds to and I'll take a couple of minutes as we had the technical break. I hear about the crisis of trust. Well, about the authority crisis, and it really resonates with me, and I believe that this is the manifest of the 21st century. At the same time, I would like to draw your attention to the new global challenge related to the global warming and what we see, even in the movies, the futuristic movies, they are talking about building the walls around the cities, which will protect those cities against the rise in ocean. Like in Expanse, the whole of New York was surrounded by the barrier, so it was surrounded by the wall. So talking about authorities and about the decision makers who make the decision what will be the shape of the city now or in 30 years' time, and based on the stories and understanding how the world is going to change, about the risk of the changes which will happen, so we should also take that element into the account. What do you think?
I think
Сначала Итай и Григорий.
Yes, Itai first, and then Grigori, and then we are going to finish.
Okay. I think humanity is really, really bad at forecasting and foresight. We continually get ourselves into the next crisis and the next crisis, and that's because we find it very difficult to understand on a large scale why the way we live creates a certain effect. And I'm not sure, I mean, I can't say much about the environmental crisis. It's not my expertise. I know that it's the biggest crisis that we have at the moment. But if we get past this crisis, we need to think of a way to not keep on walking into this problem again and again. And to me, the only way of doing that is becoming more conscious of the decisions we make and the effect that it has.
Григорий.
Grigori, what do you think, Grigori? I cannot hear you.
Now I can. So I wonder, what do you think related to the risk and thinking about that alarming future to which we are speeding? Well, in the context of our discussion, I believe that one of the consequences of the virtual city is that in a real city, the main problem will be safety. And, talking about the perfect city of the future, this is a safe city, so you need to purify the air, build the walls, and then have no pollution of the air. And the pandemic is the same story, actually. All of your freedom and creativity. And this is the demonstration of yourself, and this is in digital, and in the real city will have very tough rules. Everything should be very safe, extremely safe and secure. And in this respect, well, safety, we heard that it cancels any representation democracy community. What kind of communities and freedom you are talking about, of where we all get infected and we all die? So of course we'll going to cancel that, and we'll introduce the QR codes. We'll have tough regulations and strict rules, and just a new and we may take the experience of Russia and China for the pandemic, when this city, as a physical environment, as a cultural site, which Itai mentioned, was cancelled as is. And all of this psychological and cognitive part was moved to digital space. I think environmental threat is among those global challenges which will cause the decrease in freedom in the city space and decrease of entrepreneurship, and also the opportunity of for free behavior, and they will have the new religion of worshiping nature and the safety of a human being in terms of physical existence, physical human being, and that is also the foundation for the revival of states of violence. And now the state is a public institution which is responsible for your safety as a physical body, and the ideas which may lead you to the worsening of your physical condition, the state, all of these actions, they should be stopped. This is the paradigm for the development of our life in the next 30 years. I see the transformational ideas that people are the new oil, and this is anti-utopic and utopic at the same time, though the idea of worshiping the nature, I really love that idea. And I will come back a little bit with this hippie idea. We are going to finish our discussion. Thank you very much. That was incredibly interesting. I heard just two concepts which do not argue between themselves. We had Itai Palti, director of Human Bureau and Studio for Smartin, and Grigory Revzin, architectural critic, partner of Kibi Strelka, who deals with the friendly cities. Thank you very much. Stay with us at Moscow Urban Forum 2021. Bye.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
So, good afternoon, dear friends. My name is Angelina Davidova. I am the journalist, and also I work for the Bureau of Ecological Information, MARSH. And today we are going to speak about the future and present of education for urbanists and architects. So, the name of our session is Advanced Urbanism, Discipline Approach in Urban Studies, Russian Joint Cross-Year Economics and Sustainability. We are going to speak with the representative of University of Russia and German and architects, so that we consider both the theory of education and also the practice of architecture, who are interested in the training programs and their students. And so we have the cross-year, Russian cross-year and German cross-year economics and sustainability. I would like to give the floor to representative of the embassy of Germany so that we can learn more about that.
Hello, Angelina. Hello to all participants and speakers. It is a real pleasure to be here and to listen to this, what is going to be a great panel, I know. I think it is particularly relevant today because cities are really the nodes of contemporary societies. Here, value is created, knowledge produced, we make art in cities, but it is also where we emit CO2. It is where waste is produced more than anywhere else. So we can say that cities really are at the heart of the problem of climate change, and at the same time they're central to the solution of this. And this should be reflected in the education of architects, so they can deal with all those, the breadth and width of issues that are connected with urban questions today. And that's why this panel couldn't be timelier and better suited, because it's interdisciplinary and it is really about learning from each other. And this brings me to what Angelina already mentioned, the German-Russian cross-year on economy and sustainable development. This year is on the one hand aims at showcasing what kind of cooperation already exists between Russia and Germany in these areas. And it is about creating new synergies and new ways of relating to each other, new projects. And I think today's panel is just a great example of how we can learn from each other, share experiences, and go ahead in making cities and the world more sustainable and better suited for the future. So it is with very great excitement that I'm here to introduce or to say those words and follow the panel, which is full of brilliant speakers. And I think it's a real pleasure that this can be part of the German-Russian year on the environment and sustainable and economic development. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Miriam. As you have said, the cities play the key role for the ecology, for the environment and the climate of the planet, and the megalopolises that we mentioned and big cities that we are discussing today and tomorrow are those who are to blame. They are the reasons of many environmental issues and problems that we face. That may be climate change, the decrease in biodiversity, and also unclean air and water resource. But we may develop the new approaches to city design, planning, construction, development, and other urbanistic and architectural aspects. And all of these new challenges as the need for new solutions, they set the new goals and tasks for educational programs, what they should be for the architects, urbanistic architects, how we should combine this year in practice, what should be the interdisciplinary approach, what are the other specialties which are very important for urbanists and architects, and also international exchange, why it's important in our particular case, cooperation between Russia and Germany, and also how the present urbanists and architects may improve their knowledge, learn something new, and study somewhere else. Sorry about the new trends that we are discussing. We are going to speak about all of that in this hour. I would like to introduce our wonderful panelists, Daniela Dolores Zupan, representing Bauhaus Winery University. Assistant Professor of European Cities and Urban Heritage. Nadezhda Snegiryova, Partnership Project Architect, Co-Design Expert of Design Group 8. Hello. And Nikita Tokarev, Architect, Director of March Architectural School. Nikita, hello. My first question is to our German guest, dear Daniela Dolores Zupan. So, how do you see education in urbanistics in the future and now? What's your view, and what is the role of interdisciplinary approach in training agendas and training programs? Why it has become so important for the architects and urbanists to study other disciplines and other subjects, and what kind of them?
And hello from Weimar. First, I want to thank the organizers for initiating this wonderful session, and to Miriam for this for the introduction, and also thanks to Angelina for the question. Because I think you really raised an important issue, because I think to answer it, it's first necessary that we reflect a bit on the question what we actually mean when we speak about urbanists, like the term that is in our title. And I think that all participants in this panel probably agree that it's a bit a fuzzy term, maybe even a contested term that is used in different ways. In Russia, we've seen an enormous popularization of urbanism and of urbanists in the last couple of years, growing number of people calling themselves urbanists. Probably Nikita and Nadezhda will tell us more about that. I'll today rather focus on the German context. We at Bauhaus University Weimar, here I'm part of the so-called Institute für Europäische Urbanistik, where we offer like bachelor and master programs of urbanistic, of urban studies. And interestingly, when I read the title, I first thought, okay, how do we actually translate this term, the name of our institute, to English? And it translates officially Institute for European Urban Studies, which, at least in my understanding, is already a bit of a different connotation, like urbanistic and urban studies, namely a bit more research oriented. And then if you look a bit outside Weimar in Germany, then you find like similar programs who offer masters and bachelors in urban planning and urban and spatial planning, sometimes also called urban development, etc., etc. So I think the term urbanist for me is probably an umbrella term to cover like experts in the field of urban planning, so urban planners, but also urban researchers. But what I think is true for both, if we think about who actually are they are neither architects, they are neither really urban designers, nor what we usually refer to as sociologists, economists, political scientists, etc. At the same time, all of these disciplines and others too do play a role in the education and in the practice of urbanists. And most often, urbanists are expected to know at least a bit from all of these disciplines. So what then is actually the core or the essence of like programs educating future urbanists? Well, it is a space. So it means to take the spatial dimension seriously, to become an expert for the spatial dimension in the development of our societies. Of course, with the focus on cities, but actually at different levels and their interactions, and also in theory and in practice. So developments, societal developments, to manage societal processes through space. And of course, our aim as urbanists is not only to understand how these processes are happening, but to intervene, to actively change and help change our cities, our society. And this, of course, starts like from very technical structures and things like infrastructure and calculations. But actually, it is much more, namely also. Now I hear myself in Russian, which is interesting. Okay, I think it's stopped. So I think it's, besides these technical questions, what is really at the core of these disciplines is to engage with very relevant socio-political questions. So for example, for whom do we provide actually urban spaces and public spaces? Which access shall low-income communities have to housing? Shall housing be a commodity or a social good? For whom do we design our cities? For those people with cars, or do we have other understandings of how our city should look like? So I think being an urbanist means, so it's kind of, it has this creative and technical dimensions, but it's also very much a political practice. And as such, I think it's a very integrative and a very interdisciplinary discipline by nature. So if we just take housing as an example, like the question how to provide adequate housing for the population, then actually urbanists have to understand how the housing market works. Who are the providers of housing, and which conditions do they need to be able to deliver housing? You also need to know the demands of the population, and you also have to understand the very important economic socio-spatial processes such as gentrification and displacement, and actively propose solutions to prevent them. You also need a basic understanding of technical questions, of the infrastructures, of the buildings, and you have to understand how to produce or remodel neighborhoods so that they are more sustainable. So you have to know about compact city developments, mixed use developments, etc., which brings us close to urban design. So it is a field in which you need to acquire a broad range of knowledge from fields such as planning, landscape architecture, urban design, urban sociology, also monument protection, urban heritage, economy, etc. So maybe to answer your question in one sentence, I would say that the education and the practice of urbanists is in its essence a very deeply interdisciplinary endeavor. And so I think against the light of this, what we try is we highlight 3 dimensions in our education. The first is of course, comprehensive knowledge. So you need to know the subject. You need to understand the complex trends and the processes that shape our cities. And you need to know what is possible, what works, what does not work, which solutions do actually exist, and what are their effects. But then a second very core dimension is, how do we want our cities? So it's about the normative dimension. So what are the values that we strive for? So we talk often about a certain special ethics of urbanists, that we try to work towards the common good. We try to bring in those interests and perspectives that are underrepresented in our contemporary world, so those of the marginalized, for example, but also ecological concerns, of course. And then third, I think what is so essential and probably becomes more and more important is communication as a core asset. As an urbanist, you are actually always in the middle of so many actors that are involved in urban development, and part of your job is also to try to understand the different perspectives, really think through the eyes of the others, then try to bring together these different ideas and interests and reconcile them. And so I think it's communication, the skills that you need for communication to make these complex issues available to others, understandable for others, is also a third core dimension in our education here. So I think, these 3 dimensions would probably be what I would like to point out. I hope I somehow answered your question.
Thanks a lot, Daniela. Well, proceeding from your description and the concept, the world and the approaches of education of architects and urbanists is not simple. We are living in a sophisticated and interconnected world with ecology and the needs and desires of the population, infrastructure and power engineering, all questions intersecting. And we as architects and urbanists should understand and analyze and to accurately interfere, creating something new or transform old things. It's not a simple task. You mentioned a lot about the changes in the world and new trends and concepts becoming more important for architects and urbanists. My next question is how in this world with new emerging theories and accumulated experience and how to balance theory and practice in our curricula?
Yeah, thanks for this question. I think it is essential to think theory and practice or research and practice together, especially in our field of urbanism. So at our institute, we put much effort into research-oriented programs, but not because we only educate researchers. Quite on the contrary, we educate lots of practitioners. They work in very demanding and complex practical fields, such as urban planning departments, ministries, etc., etc. And especially this, what you mentioned now, this high complexity that we try to engage in, this makes it necessary that we understand and we can competently handle research. So the one, in my view, does not work against without the other. They always have to be in relation with each other. And especially in our field that is so complex and so demanding, very comprehensive knowledge is essential. Also to know how to navigate in this field, how to take which solutions and findings seriously, how to embed them in a broader picture, but also to be able to give, to contract out research, to get the right information. So what I want to say is that I think we shouldn't always try to separate that this is theory and this is practice, because actually in the field we are working in, they should go hand in hand. And I think this is essential to make this a successful project. Maybe to in our education or in our programs, we use partly the old classics that we always used, such as mandatory internships, but also many students work as student assistants. We also try to, when we do projects, to use real challenges. Often we have cooperation partners in practice, for example, the local city departments. We also try to enhance research-oriented teachings. So, for example, that we have courses that are somehow related to the ongoing research projects that we conduct here. I think what is maybe a newer thing that we are trying out is a kind of, we call it guided research project. It's pretty much just a semester where students don't take usual courses, but they conduct their own first semi-autonomous project at the host institution abroad. This can be a planning department, this can be an NGO, another research institute, etc., etc. So then they help there, they work there in practice, but at the same time they try to conduct their own first research-oriented project there. So that's also a way where we try to combine these fields. So this might be something that we are trying out now.
Спасибо большое, Daniela.
Daniela, thank you very much. My next question to Nikita Tokarev of Russia. What is going on in Russia in terms of urban architectural curricula? What is the direction of development? Angelina, thank you. Greets to everyone. I would say that This area in Russia is being developed and at the initial stage, and I can say that there's no such profession as an urbanist. But due to numerous circumstances, we may call almost everyone an urbanist. It could be a blogger, a reporter, journalist, administrative worker, a designer. But in reality, there is no such professional specialty. It's a huge sphere of human activity that can be subdivided into three sectors, in my opinion. And these three sectors comprise a lot of different professions, including research activity, and I will support Daniela when she said urban studies, ecology, urbanology, demography, sociology, and whatnot. And then we come to urban planning, when we have projects about planning of any inhabited communities, and urban design, design of public spaces, which in Russia is often called urbanism. And third area, which is management or administration, urban management, which is called in Russia state and municipal government or governance. For example, Russian Academy of Administration and Economy has a lot of different courses and diploma degrees for future government officials of different departments. That's a managerial or administrative sphere. Since we have architects today at this panel, it will be prompt to speak about design activity for Nadezhda. Me, it's very close to us, though the borderline between these three sectors are rather conventional, and they are transparent, because planners, when working, they indulge in studies and research, and managers order some part of their work to planners and designers. But in terms of education and curriculum, these are different types of activity. You have to realize it. It's a way of acting, different way of acting. And going back to situation in the education of designers, urban design professions, then I believe the world, global and Russian process is moving towards more separation of urban planning from architecture in general, because traditionally urban construction in Russia, well, a very interesting term. It used to be within the frames of architectural education, when a student has a 4-year program together with other students and is involved in design work of museums, theaters, and 1 year then about design of urban space, urban environment. Now, it's not only about beauty and aesthetic. You should also have, and there is a certain shift and emphasis to engineering, ecological science knowledge, and other knowledge. This is what was not studied regarding traditional profession of an architect and urban planner is not an architect, is becoming less an architect. It's neither good nor bad, and in Russia such programs, educational programs with a contemporary modern approach to this specialty, I would call first of all Higher School of Urbanism within Higher School of Economics in Moscow. And as for urban design, it's more or less a profession of an architect, and an architect with further training can be successful studying the development and design of squares, boulevards, what is between residential buildings and buildings. Well, for example, Marsh School has such course which is called Urban Design of Public Spaces. It's a separate specialty. And to conclude, answering Angelina's question, interdisciplinary courses are very promising when they combine several competencies. For example, our school has a joint course with the Academy of Economy with administrative and managerial competencies together with planning and design competencies. This is the meeting point of different skills of a future profession when we have an engineer and a planner at the same time, a specialist in ecology and administrative worker of a governmental agency. I believe such hybrid specialties, such hybrid professions will be in our cities. It's the future of our cities in all these areas. Thank you, Nikita. Daniela and you spoke a lot about how to adapt or how such programs will envisage, how these programs react to changes in the world and new challenges, solutions and demands. And it's very important that practitioners, architects and urbanists and planners need some place where they can get new knowledge and skills. Where do you think, Nikita, should these people go for further training or future professionals? Well, you have to learn all your life. It's out of the question when you improve your skills. There are bachelor and master's courses, and I've mentioned some of our courses. I believe that further training courses help us with online education widely spread in the internet, and it is used well. You also spoke about combination of practice and theory, and it's important. No, it's impossible to allocate a single city for every planner, for every architect, and I think it is sensible to look for options of education extra education for future professions, which are hybrid professions. Of course, it is nice when you are an architect and you improve your skills and knowledge, but when you have some extra skills apart from your architectural skills, it is very useful. Like Nadezhda, for example, has different skills, and you can't imagine urban development and construction without knowledges in some aligning sectors. And of course, when you know nothing about administrative work, you cannot be successful urban planner. For example, you have to know about public hearing, changes in general layouts, general plans. So I think our future is combined hybrid professions or specialties, and we have a lot of opportunities. For example, at Shaninka School, we have new courses. This school was founded by sociologists, but now they added new areas, like our institution has a joint project that I mentioned with Russian Academy of Economy and Administration, and there are successful examples of collaboration with foreign universities. For example, one university in St. Petersburg has a joint program of urban planning with a foreign partner, and now we have more opportunities than before, especially when you speak a foreign language. Next question to Nadezhda. Nadezhda, as a representative of a very practical sector, what can you say and how can you characterize the demands and needs of architectural studios and city authorities? Do they manage to find the right people they are looking for? Thank you for inviting. It's a very relevant topic that we're discussing. I would ask to share my presentation. Our team is 11 years old, and I want to say speak about challenges of architectural studios and bureaus for those who work in different parts of the country. And I also teach. We have our educational programs. So I tried to include in my presentation common problems. Well, this specialty of an architect. Next slide. So we are more than 11 years old, and we have been working with urban space. When I graduated, I was lucky to get a brilliant education. It is a provincial university, but very good educational program. But after graduation, I felt a huge gap between theory and practice, and I could not find the right place to work after the university. And now, after a decade with the development of different programs, and now we see that there is not only a gap between education and practice, there is a reverse gap. As a chief architect, we had to think of changing this term, and I can speak about real competencies for this specialist. First of all, this habit, we think we need a Superman, the first impression that you need a person like this, that is a person who is able to do and to have time to do everything. And everyone thinks that we sit and spend our whole day like this, but if we have a closer look, that we actually, it's a classical traditional work, but with a lot of interesting complicated processes, because we have a lot of field work, field research. There was a term called urban analysis, city analysis. We are talking about social-cultural studies, about research into socio-economical and cultural context, the understanding of this and other layers. And when you visit the site, don't stay in the office at your desk. The first competence is an architect as a researcher. This competence is very important because many architects still say we don't need analysis. Why do we need it? Let's start design at once. And next slide, it's about involvement of urban population of residents. We had in 2012 marginal practice when the residents were very active and wanted to be involved in different processes in this city. First of all, in development and redevelopment of urban territories. Now I am not speaking about moderation of processes, like you hire a special person, entertainer for a wedding party. No, it's not like this. So you need a person that will stay together with project participants from the first until the last day of the project. Nikita mentioned some universities and schools with good educational programs of further training. Well, there is a great demand in many cities, and many teams have great demand, but very few specialists. And I'm trying to, to describe some non-standard tasks. When you have meetings with the population, we have different interesting parties from large businesses, and you have to learn to negotiate with them. And small groups like teenagers, and sometimes we tend to forget about them, and you have to find a communication language to talk to them, and they could understand and have dialogue with you. So these are some of the competencies that architects need. Next, experts dialogue, interdisciplinary dialogue. None of the dialogues, at least in my practice, was without consultation with transport specialists or traffic inspectors or landscape specialists, hydrologists. So it's a sophisticated and useful process of communication of different professionals when you design a new public space. So you must be able to organize this process, and an architect should understand the way of budgeting in different cities and funding for such projects, and how to communicate and to build proper relations for mutual benefit. And next I want to speak about a very urgent problem, very important for me, authors supervision when you are speaking about construction. This example is redevelopment. So you have to ensure architectural supervision. In small towns the resources are limited, and the concepts, new concepts being designed without experience undergo in the serious changes. So you need to have understanding of the sequences of all stages and the risks and possible mistakes. I may make a mistake, but I guess this competence is not taught in many provincial universities, and they don't teach architectural supervision, since an architect should stay during different stages of the projects. When you have to explain that real changes in the city, they require new, different approaches and changes. Next slide. Talking after events, after public space is ready, you should ensure very close interaction, not to lose links with the residents of this district, and you should have understanding of administrative mechanisms, the way this territory will be run, and as a follow-up. So this competence is underdeveloped now when we're talking about understanding about economic, socio-economic backbone that must be always present in any public space. And next slide. Can you switch to next slide? Next slide, I want to emphasize the importance of continuous education and interdisciplinary continuous education. Even when you get different people together from governmental agencies and developers and so on and so forth, the access to information for people who already have certain experience, they have the demand for further improvement of their skills and knowledge. People can learn from each other, sharing their competencies. If administrative workers and architects and developers meet, and then they get a better understanding of the whole process, and it must be more accessible, not only to have in large megapolises, but also in smaller regional cities and in their educational institutions. I have experience because I used to teach at such provincial university, and they do not have the right connection and communication to the outside world, and our product should be broader. And to conclude my speech, I want to say, well, maybe it's a sad ending, but education, I would say, does not respond to the market demands and challenges of reality. And we don't see new competencies, and the reality is somewhere at the side, not very close. Of course, These managerial risks, they must be realized, otherwise it's difficult to develop them, and the value of interdisciplinary communication. Well, we already spoke about actuality of specialization, and of course I can draw and refer to some primitive examples of small public spaces when they don't think about future development and life of such spaces. Well, when architects thought that it's only a project but not a real result to stay for a long time, it's not important not only to teach regulatory base, but you should also teach managerial skills, teach the mechanics of administrative work also, because without it it's difficult to get the process running in the right way. Otherwise there will be a lot of disillusionment, and many graduates after finishing universities spend some time, about 1-2 years, and they change their thinking and approach, and think that it's very useful, and of course you need practice before you change. So, and you need practice, and we have a wonderful school of architecture in Moscow, and some departments at other universities, but unfortunately it is not enough to solve and to meet the requirements of and the demand of private companies and governmental agencies. Thank you, Nadezhda, for your deep analysis illustrating the current situation and the demands, and you have shown us such places where we have gaps, and there is no connectivity. And thank you for your vision about education, when you need the specialists and real requirements of provincial cities. Well, the impression is that the situation is sad, but on the other hand, such analysis serves as an instruction for further actions and recommendation, and it helps us become more integrated, and then we understand better the interests of the population. I liked your analysis of activism of civic society, of the population. We see how this topic was changing and developing in recent years, and you have spoke about it in a broader sense when there are professionals at the next stage involved. It's one of examples that are not quite so bad. Thanks a lot, Nadezhda, once again for this deep analysis. Dear friends, we are short of time, and I'd like to ask one question to all of you. As you noticed, our session is international. It's within the frames of cross-year Germany-Russia. What international programs do you think, international further training programs for urban design and urbanism and architecture would be necessary, not only for Germany but other countries and for Russia? for our country as well. Perhaps Daniela may answer.
Difficult question. What would we need? I think what Nadezhda talked about, like in the end, is something that we experience everywhere. That over the last decades and couple of years, there has been such a focus on cities, like on the large and biggest cities, on the agglomerations. They were like depicted as the centers of growth, of innovation, where we have to we'll find the solutions for like ecological concerns, etc., etc. And what happened is that we see such a concentration of people, but also of other processes in the largest cities. And so what about the rest? There is urban shrinkage. There is like regions are dying. Like, people are moving away. Why should they stay there? They don't, even in the city administrations, they don't find qualified people to work there because nobody wants to stay. So I think this is a problem that I think it's really important, and we are dealing with this like very same problem here. And I think that education could make a change here, and to think about more decentralized forms of education, especially maybe what might help is what Nikita talked about, like the possibility that digitalization, though I have to say I'm after this 1.5 years, I'm really tired of online teaching, but like in general, I think it opens up so many possibilities for a more decentralized form of education and to counteract these processes of metropolitanization and the peripheralization that went hand in hand with these processes. And I think that this is something where we all like have very similar problems. And I think here we could really come up with some ideas, because this is a really pressing issue. It seems like in Russia, but also here in Germany. So maybe this would be a really interesting starting point to develop more decentralized forms of education, to bring back the qualified people or to keep them there. I think this is something that has a lot of potential.
Спасибо, Daniela. Nikita, каковы ваши мысли?
Daniela, thank you, Nikita. The importance and the direction of international programs. Well, of course, it's an extremely important topic, partly answering to Nadezhda's speech. I think some of the things can be learned only on practice. We reproach education that sometimes they lack practical element, but in architecture you cannot build a model of a house that is kind of a draft. It can be possible in some professions like dramaturgy, or filmmaking. And a student architect will be devoid of some skills. So you can learn to conduct architectural supervision only if you have field practice and when you have programs involving trips, visits to other regions and cities and countries, when you are able to see real life which is different from life in your city, when you sit on a bench next to a citizen and talk or use public transport, it's much better than a lecture or a textbook. Therefore, programs that familiarize us with various urban and developing practices and this experience which irreplaceable and you cannot find the alternative. I am for it.
So thank you very much, Nikita. So, Nadezhda, what would you say? So I would like to speak about a couple of topics. One topic is very close to my heart. So this is the involvement of citizens. In Germany, I think in this respect, it's very different from Russia. And it's important to understand and study the international experience, how this dialogue works, and not only that, which institutes can provide for that, which is the infrastructure and legislation required. Another important topic, and I would like to support both Nikita and Daniela. If we are talking about development of regional centers, educational centers, that's important. If there is a university in the city, so the city has more chances to survive, and educational programs are usually built around assessment of the results. You need to build a beautiful, nice building. Just, of course, I'm just talking in general terms and exaggerating, like to make a wonderful park, but it doesn't make much sense without understanding of the processes. That's impossible to reproduce that. The shape needs content and it needs relations and interactions. I don't think it makes much sense. And this is very important to pay attention to the process and learn of the process. I think this is what is missing in our educational programs today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadezhda. We had such bright ideas, brilliant ideas, and I hope that we'll be able to formulate them into specific projects and cooperation programs. From my side, I would like to say that starting from autumn this year, in cooperation with Daniela and Nikita, and hope also with participation of Nadezhda, we are going to launch the online course of lectures by Russian and German planners, theoretics, urbanists, and practitioners that would be useful for everyone. When I was thinking about what programs should we develop, what could be useful for all of the parties, the following ideas came to my mind. I would like to agree with Nikita that to learn and get the experience of a different life. What are the homes like, the houses like, what it feels like to be in a trolleybus on a different continent, thousands of miles away from your city. That could be very valuable experience. And also it's important and interesting to see the differences where the same things are happening differently in different places. Also, we may look at common things, how we can also take the experience of a different country and put them into our own context, and also how these stories worked or did not work, how we may use that in our country. In Russia, based on my modest experience when I visit the regions, we see pessimistic people. They say everything is so bad, nothing is going to work out, now your trendy changes are going to work. But gradually there are changes happening, which is good. And many of these stories, they come from international experience, many of those changes. On the other hand, I deal with sustainable urban development and city and climate, and I don't see Russia in the international studies and other ex-Soviet countries about the risks and challenges and problems and potential solutions. They do not see other region. They neither see us, so it's very important to speak to the international community what's happening here. There was an attempt to do that, an attempt of a conversation. It worked out. It was interesting and exciting and professional and warm discussion. That's a pity we were not together in one audience physically, but I hope that we are going to do that very soon. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you, dear friends, for participation. Nikita, Daniela, Nadezhda, dear audience, thank you for being with us. Stay with us. Moscow Urban Forum 2021 is continuing. Join the next sessions.
Good afternoon, or good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to this session on city from scratch, how to build the most modern city. And this is a session in which we have a terrific panel, and we're looking at greenfield urbanization, sort of visionary urbanization, new cities that are built from scratch around the world. And you know, the flying city, the garden city, the linear city, the funnel city, these are kind of visionary ideas of creating utopic megalopolises have long fascinated architects and thinkers, certainly over the last century or so. The super city of tomorrow that is associated with high-tech skyscrapers from which flying cars take off, etc., robotic couriers, things like that. However, we know that success for new greenfield urbanization today must, first and foremost, be linked to essentially carbon neutrality, decarbonizing all the processes that take place in a city. And I think in the future, any city, big city project, big greenfield city project in the world has to take into account the two big megatrends of this beginning of the 21st century. One is the transition away from hydrocarbons and towards zero carbon fuel sources, and two, the revolution, the very profound revolution in mobility and transportation, the way we move around, which for really 150 years or so had not changed at all. Now it is completely changing because of technological advances and things like that. So we're here in Moscow, and of course Russia has been has such a long and incredible tradition with greenfield urbanization. If you think of St. Petersburg, built from scratch as the new Russian capital closer to Western Europe, Odessa, another city built from scratch, and those are from the Tsarist time. And then in Soviet times, of course, the ideas of central planning produced cities across the Russian landmass built from scratch. So we see this over and over. For example, one new city that I happen to be associated with is Neom in Saudi Arabia, which is a city that is essentially a linear strip of urbanization about 150 kilometers wide. Long by about 2 or 3 kilometers wide. It's a very, very radical concept. It depends on high-speed rail. Masdar in Abu Dhabi has been built around with the idea of zero carbon. So without further ado, we have a terrific panel, whom I will introduce now, and asked them to start the conversation. From the Middle East, from Masdar in Abu Dhabi, we have Chris Wan, who's the head of design management. Hello, Chris. From Rotterdam, Christina Knauf. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who's an associate at MVRDV, the architectural and urbanism group. Denis Leontiev, who I think is still to arrive, but we will welcome him when he does, who is the CEO of Strelka KB. And last but not least, Vladimir. Hello? And lastly, Vladimir Sedov, the founder of Ascona Life Group and the founder of Dobrograd Town, which is a greenfield urban development on the outskirts of Moscow, as I understand it. So first, I'd like to ask Chris to weigh in. You have a very particular vantage point in Abu Dhabi at Masdar. I mean, tell us some of the lessons learned there. Yes.
Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, Chris.
And for my contribution to this wonderful conversation. I will take you through a little bit about the background of Masdar City, just for those who may not be familiar with our work. And then I'll move on to talk about some of the larger challenges that we've come across and share some of that experience with our listeners and watchers today. So allow me just a few seconds to share my screen. Okay, I hope this is coming through okay. Great. So Masdar City. Masdar City is a urban development that is located within the greater Abu Dhabi city. More closely, we are right next to the Abu Dhabi International Airport and is right in the center of the major growth area of the future of Abu Dhabi, moving through to the 2030 and 2050. Masdar City itself is many things at the same time. It's a technology innovation hub, it is a sustainable community, it is a low carbon development, it is a center of a growing clean tech cluster. We are also a free zone, and at the same time we're building up a residential neighborhood. As a free zone, we are already home to over 900 local and international companies. And as an investment zone, investors can actually now today own property freehold. And so, as all urban developments and city buildings are, it is multi-dimensional, and this is just part of the complexity that many of us working in this sector have come across and understand. But not least, Masdar City is a place, it's an area, it's a community, and that is distinguished from Masdar itself as a company. And Masdar itself as a company is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Mubadala Investment Company. And within this company, our colleagues are also working in the clean energy sector. And with our clean energy sector forming the other major unit within Masdar, you can see that on one side, where I'm involved with myself in sustainable real estate development, and on the other side there's a clean energy. You get this at two sides of the coin, where one side we are producing clean energy, and the other side through city design, urban development, we are working on controlling resource demand. And last but not least, we are also a communication platform, and through our annual Abu Dhabi Sustainable Week, it is a global platform where we have many visitors coming up to us and to share ideas across the whole arena of clean energy, renewable energy, and sustainable development. And so,
yeah, go ahead, Chris. Yeah,
sure. And so, as a sustainable urban development, we focus on a lot of our time on the research and development of how to make a placemaking idea in a sustainable way. There is a lot of focus of our time in solutions and practical solutions of how we deal with energy, water, waste, and mobility. And as a result, you can see some images there of some of the buildings that we have built already. There's a collection of office buildings, residential buildings, even a university. And we probably have one of the largest clusters around of LEED certified building. And not only LEED certified, we're having a growing cluster of actually LEED Platinum certified building, alongside the SD Dharma rating. The SD Dharma rating, for those who have not heard of it before, is the, let's say, the local version of a green building rating system. It has a similar concept to the LEED, except the way that the rating works is tailored towards the local environment in Abu Dhabi. And then we at the same time are a mixed-use community. And this idea of a mixed-use integration allows us to build a more walkable community, like with the ideas of offices next to residential, it's near light industry, it's near the schools and university, and experimenting with the ideas of being less reliant on the vehicle than one normally has to be. So in this dimension, let's not forget, at the end of the day, we are building places for people. So amongst our idea of trying to be as resource efficient as possible, dealing with energy and water and waste, we are creating places for people. And this is an image here of our central park, which was opened a couple of years ago. And it's a place where families can gather and enjoy themselves right in the middle of Masdar City. And here is an aerial view of Masdar City when it's eventually fully built out. And you can see a level of density that's going on here, which is a deliberate way that is suitable for the environment that we're in, where buildings are close together. And so the buildings are creating shaded walkways, shaded streets, and also creating wind passages moving through the place to help cool down the city, because in Abu Dhabi we have quite intense heat and humidity for a large part of the year. So the idea of integration is first and foremost in our minds. And the idea of integrating a future city, as you might like to describe it, into an existing fabric, as shown in the location plan, is Masdar City is not in the middle of nowhere. It is connected to the main Abu Dhabi city. And even though we are achieving some of the criteria you see here, like reductions in embodied carbon, using low carbon materials, introducing PV farms into the project, and currently we are hitting a minimum of 40% energy saving in the energy and water. So all the things come together, and yet at the same time we are working as an integrated urban development. Now, that comes to the first challenge I'd like to very briefly talk about, and this idea of integration. Most city development works on a regulatory system that's been developed over time, and they respond through experience on a need-to basis, and it grows organically. When you have a major development like Masdar City, where you are looking at issues from bottom up and top down, invariably we find that you get potential conflicts with the current regulatory system. So this idea of integrating and working with these systems is the first area that we have come across where we require a lot of work on. Fortunately for us, the regulatory authorities here, the statutory bodies, they understand what we're trying to do, and there's been a number of very fruitful discussions and collaborations to move us along. But the scale is so large that to make these changes to ripple through how you connect to infrastructure, how you connect to transport, right? And these are all things that time, and they're not necessarily in line with a developing part of the city as we are now. And that is an ongoing challenge that started right at the beginning of the project and continues on today. Then another major challenge, and I'm sure many people have come across this, and this whole idea relationship of cost to green design. And even though we've been working on the Masdar City project for well over a decade now, we still hear the comments sometimes that green costs too much, or sustainability costs too much, or we like what you are doing in Masdar City, but we simply cannot afford to do this. And so this has been an ongoing issue, but it's true that one of the major ideas or major theses or major experimenting that we've been developing is how to overcome this barrier, this cost barrier, as I like to call it. And until you overcome the cost barrier in one form or another, it will be very difficult to make an idea like Masdar City to spread or go viral, as one might describe it. Right? And without overcoming the cost barrier, an idea like this will always remain a very localized idea. And so here, what we have experimented is turning back towards traditional architecture and urban design, where we started from the ground up, and the whole massing and shaping of the city, the whole way down the streets, and the whole way we think about the forms of the building is evolved around the idea of passive design. Because we have a really high level of heat here in Abu Dhabi, first and foremost, we need to protect the buildings and inhabitants from the heat. And for us in particular, there's no better way of doing that by employing massive passive measures in the form of the shapes of the building. We all know that a tight clustered building is going to be more energy efficient.
Could you make the volume of microphone lower, because it's difficult to understand you?
We have to be sensible where we place the openings of these buildings. We have to be sensible where we place our windows. As far as possible, we want to get the windows on the north side, and the second choice is the south side, because it's much easier to protect. And given all things being equal, the worst place you can place windows is on the east and west side, where the sun is the lowest. So these are all just considerations that one can do freely, so to speak, in the early stages of design. We have experimented in some of the building forms where we have long, thin buildings, and just simply by turning the building by 90 degrees on the plan from a east-west axis to north-south axis, we can save over 10% energy without changing anything else. And these are the things we need to understand, and we communicate internally, we communicate with our designers to understand these core principles are in place to optimize these free of charge effectively moves. Before you start moving to the active measures, when you move into shading of windows, shading of walls, control systems, and then when you sorted all that out, then you turn to the energy generation part. Right. So this diagram here simply presents the hierarchy.
Yeah. I want to ask you, because we want to let other participants speak.
Sure.
But what really constitutes, if you could just be very brief, what constitutes success for Masdar? I mean, do you think of it success after a decade? Is there signs of success? Will it be in 20 years? Will it be in 10 years? You know, what are the, you know, is success going to be seen in like financial terms or what? I mean, how is, not clear to me.
I see. On this point, we turn back to the traditional three pillars of sustainability: your commercial, your environmental, and your social. Meaning that that for a place to be successful in our eyes, it has to fulfill the requirements of all three pillars. So you've got to be...
Okay, so it's a bit three-pillar approach.
It's a three-pillar approach. Imagine a stool on three legs, and all three legs have to be there before it falls over.
Thank you very much, Chris. I want to turn to Christina Knauf. And Christina, you've been very, very involved with developing the master plan for Chengdu Sky Valley, which is a greenfield urbanization project in southwest China. And I think one of the interesting things about Chengdu Sky Valley is that it balances, it preserves some of the amazing natural resources there, along with developing a real technology-first approach. So what are some of the principles behind this? I mean, could you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I could. I think my presentation will also show the first ideas to the answers to this question. While the basic idea was to really look at how to build a city from a different perspective than we usually look at cities in our current idea of an existing urban environment. So let me share my presentation briefly, and I will dive into those aspects together with you. Can you see it full screen now?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So maybe before diving into this question, I would like to go back to your question actually on what is it actually to build a city from scratch? What do we talk about when we say from scratch? Is it actually that we develop green fields with the notion of we develop a city in the middle of nowhere, like I think Chris used to say, or you? Or is it actually, should we look at the nowhere actually as a rather rich environment, sort of a natural environment that we need to learn again how to live in and how to integrate our cities into? Or is it when we talk about building cities from scratch about developing a city from a new perspective and imagining it with unexplored methods, maybe different ways of looking at the city than we're used to when we are restricted by our existing urban environments and the ways we build cities. So with this sort of question in mind, our project Chengdu Sky Valley imagines a future city with trying to create a different perspective on how our cities can integrate into these green fields, into these natural areas that all of the cities we talk about today are integrated in. So we started the project actually from a very basic question, and that was, what is actually a future science city? And what kind of city can we create in this place that you see here, the site that is both nature and connected, that is close to a major new transport hub that is actually currently being opened, the Tianfu International Airport, but at the same time has a very lush existing natural situation and a unique topography, as you can see here. So our project and our approach to these 6 challenges that the competition posed, that you can see here in an overview, was to really try to create a different way of looking at how we can integrate urban density and urban placemaking into this unique topography and this nature that we are looking at in this project. And of course, what sort of new urban identities and qualities could be the result of that operation. So in our project proposal, we came up with 3 different ways of looking at the city, this new city, and 3 different perspectives. The first one was actually, how do we integrate a city with the landscape rather than integrating a landscape into a city like we usually do? We start from the existing topography that we analyze, as you can see here, identifying low and high parts and slopes, inclinations, and with this operation we create sort of a base of the existing valleys in this area, as you can see here. And these valleys form in our proposal the heart of this new community that we want to create, and they function as drivers for its social and climate resilience. And next to being sustainable backbone for water and energy, they also provide areas for local food production to create food safety, areas to collaborate with and learn from the existing farmers that are already living and working on the site, and also including fields for new innovation in agri-tech, for example, as well as urban community spaces that altogether become places for cross-sector and cross-people, let's say, innovation, and that become places to build the community. The second new perspective we investigated in this project was how actually the landscape can shape how we move, rather than us shaping the landscape in order to be able to move around. So here we believe that new mobilities can really be a new way of creating symbiosis with nature. And we use scripts to identify direct connections within this topography that we did not want to destroy in order to create low impact direct connectivity, as well as very much integrated into the natural surroundings slope routes that would be the most efficient ones to change level within the site. And with this, we create an organic 4% network that is equally connecting all the places within the site without destroying the topography, creating connections around all the valleys, along the slopes, towards the peaks. And then these direct connections that I showed earlier connect directly to the surrounding public transport, creating sort of 15-minute mobility hubs within the site that are, again, very much integrated with the landscape, as you can see in this illustration, and that form not just places for movement in the area, but also places for social encounter. The third perspective we investigated and explored in this project was how community can inspire innovation, rather than thinking from the notion of how innovation is sort of dictating new communities. So we believe that innovation is a result of cross-sector collaboration and unusual encounters of very diverse and open minds, and that these diverse and open minds first and foremost need spaces that they can play, that they can interact and collaborate in, and also create and adapt themselves over time to their needs and their changing needs. So therefore the building, the idea for the buildings within this site was to create maximum freedom and flexibility for the users, both on the hilltops, where we allocated larger scale collective programs that could be also flexibly adapted, and on the slopes, where we created individual slope buildings that could be easily constructed and also adapted by people themselves over time. So that altogether these two worlds, let's say, create a diversity of both collective high-end platforms, like you can see here on the right, and very down-to-earth pioneering areas towards the landscape, connected with the landscape. And as such, we build a community that is actually building this future science city of Sky Valley, which is creating a lifestyle rooted in a symbiosis with nature, movements that are smartly including like inclusive ways of mobility, new mobility that can move easily through this topography, and flexible and compact hubs for innovation. And as such, it becomes a whole network, a platform, and a symbiotic platform for interaction and innovation. And you can see here how this master plan could look like. It is a network that is very much integrated with the nature and that is also adaptable. It can grow and change over time. So this idea of, you posed this question, how to build a modern city, the most modern city, is for us, like you said, John, the idea of how to really build a truly sustainable city. And of course, we're all looking for ways to do that. But we believe, you should not maybe wonder why we spend time and energy on imagining these cities from scratch, rather than focusing on existing cities where the urgencies are very, very prominent, of course. But we believe that we can really use these experiments to really open up new ideas and to change perspective on the existing cities we are currently living in and working with, and as such learn for our efforts in adapting existing cities that we also do in parallel, of course, in a symbiosis as well here, for example, in Eindhoven, a city in the Netherlands, where we really integrate the city center together with the municipality into this national park that is the regional network of landscape that is part of the city center. or mobilities, that we really use new mobility like the urban air mobility, for example, in our studies, how to integrate those in existing cities to generate new landscapes or create new buildings that are very flexible and offer spaces for creative people to innovate while actually building a strong identity in the existing places they are embedded in. So yeah, maybe also answering some of the questions already, we plead to use these experiments actually, are they realized or not, in order to create new perspectives on existing cities and with that to accelerate change towards a sustainable future.
No, it's interesting. I mean, absolutely fascinating. Fascinated by what you're planning in Chengdu Sky Valley. I mean, of course, China in recent years has many horrible examples of urbanization and of building cities from scratch that do not work, that are dystopian. They're places that people don't want to live. If you travel through the Chinese countryside, the way that urban authorities in certain towns have ruined rural landscapes with high rises in the middle of rural areas and displacing, trying to displace rural populations, move them into these sort of high-rise places. I suspect that in 1 or 2 generations, these are going to be really pretty horrible. So I'm wondering how Chengdu Sky Valley can be different. I mean, is this a project of Chengdu City itself? Is it a private development? Could you just talk briefly about that?
It is a development of the city, initiated by the city. And it is also, it was a very interesting process actually, because the city also asked us, or posed these challenges that I presented, asked us also to really think about how to integrate this development with the landscape, and how to also create a future city that does work with the qualities in the area. So it was really a very conscious decision for us to work with the people that are already living there, to integrate them, to give them space, and also to give them space to share their traditional knowledge, for example, agriculture. And it was also a starting point for us, this notion of density, because we are very close to the airport, and maybe luckily that did not allow high rise that much in this area. So we were also, triggered to look for different ways of density, building density. And one of the inspirations for us was this Limpan traditional typology that is existing in China, that we also tried to transport into the future with this project.
Right. Thank you very, very much, Christina. I'd like now to turn to Vladimir Sedov. Vladimir, since 2012, I believe, you've been working on the construction and development of Dobrograd, which I understand is in the Moscow region. And Dobrograd is interesting because you've worked with the principles of new urbanism, which is an interesting concept. I think it's very much coming back into vogue. Concept of garden city, a planned city. I'd love to hear from you about the particular design and construction solutions that have made it possible to achieve, high level and quality of life in Dobrograd. Tell us about the project. Really interested.
Hello, dear colleagues. 30 years ago, I founded successful business, which is one of the biggest in the world. And I was traveling across the world, and also I was traveling, and then I just could feel that the feeling of happiness living in a small town or in a village. So in Russia it was very different from the feelings of people living in similar locations abroad. And then me and my team, we got together and we decided to make from the scratch in an open field a new place of residence, which will help people to feel differently, to feel different emotions from the residence site, from the place where they live, and where they communicate with the community, well, there were lots of ideas, and when you do something from the scratch, well, and our foundation were not architectural or urbanistic principles. It took us a lot of time to understand who will be the person, a human being living there, what are his or her needs, to gain the number of key aspects to be executed there using the elements of a master plan, architecture, and so on. And also we came to an idea that a big value in Russia is living with people of your family and your family members of different generations, and parents are not very happy when the children leave them, and children, they are also worrying when they leave behind their parents and they live far away from them. Well, this issue of the three generations, because all of these three generations have very different incentives. Younger people need education, they need upbringing, and the mid-generation, they need nice salary, nice job, and also certain lifestyle. The older generation, they live a high level of socialization, social involvement, and also medical services. So this is how we decided to start our city and build it from the scratch. And we have the presentation in the screen. And I would like to say that that's not Moscow region, that is more difficult. This is Vladimir region, 300 kilometers from Moscow. It's quite far from big cities. Well, not in the richest region of Russia, by the way. Well, the external challenges that we faced when we were designing this master plan and we were planning the project development, of course, this is the speed of creation of new products and the speed of technological changes. This is a challenge to us every day, and today is no exception. Because 2 years ago, we were planning to use some methods, for example, or to provide for sewage or to do the heating system. And today we have more advanced technologies with different opportunities. This is a living project. It's always alive. It can never be final to be executed. And then also we have 3 different generations. I would like to emphasize that each generation is used to living in his or her environments, specifics of architecture, specific of communication and free time. That was a serious challenge to us. Digitalization. Well, everybody is talking about digitalization. But as for digitalization, we say that we do not want to build a smart city based on the digits. We would like to have a clever city, which is wiser. Digitalization is present in the required amount so that it is not replacing the natural habitat and the natural social environment. I mean, the people who live there, and the new approaches to modernization of the management of the city, healthcare, education, and also services for housing. And new cities from the scratch, and they were built back in the 1950s and 60s in the past century. What is special about the new cities which are being built over the past 20-15 years? Well, now their differential trait is that they are no longer built around the rivers, so first around the plant, and first they were built around the church and then around the plant or manufacturing facility, and also that pipe of the plant was creating a comfortable life for people who live in the city. Now all of the projects are built around the interests of a human being, and there is the maximum use of the green technologies, and also the modern ways of using energy, energy-saving technology. There are lots of examples. Well, it is believed that in Russia the mobility of migrants is very low, but we did our own study of migration, and it did not include all of the regions, but we saw that there were lots of people migrating from one region of Russia to another one, and the trend of this migration flow is increasing. We do not have the result of 2020, but I think the pandemic accelerated that process. The new town Dobrograd, so these are the main characteristics. So the deadline to the project will be finished by 2030, investment private, and it's about 50,000 people, so this is the planned amount of residents. And we wouldn't like this to be a bigger city, because in this case it will lose its positioning for its citizens. Well, this is the master plan. There are three big living areas in gray. This is the mansion style, so the townhouses, low density, so small buildings with maximum privacy. And in red, that is the active area near the airport, higher buildings, higher density, more modern ways of communications between the city and the middle area. So this is the green one. So this is the area for those who do not need an active life, but who is not ready to live in too much isolated in solitude. So there are different architectural approaches and style, different approaches to design and development. And also there is one big area which is called recreational area, where we have the key services: education, health care services, sports, culture, and so on. Despite the fact that each district, each urbanization has some recreational areas as well. And the industrial area, it's in blue. There are two areas like that. So these are special economic zones. They are far away from the place of living, and they perform the function of vacancies and working places for the residents. Well, this is an ecosystem in line with all of the more urbanistic standards: modern housing, modern infrastructure, convenient environment, and digital services. Well, ecological station is our key priority. We pay a lot of attention to that. And also these trees, we replant them to another place where you can continue to live. And also the architectural dyes and paintings, which all of the materials which are used outside, usually we select them in line with the surrounding colors from the nature. I mean, for example, outside tiles for the houses. And, well, we have the airport, so we have transport infrastructure and also good network of public transport. So the first school and kindergarten are open this year, and the total of 8 schools and 12 kindergartens will be open. The special economic zone that I mentioned inside the industrial zone, well, housing, so it has a wide portfolio: apartments, townhouses, and mansions. I mean the houses, individual houses. And also that's a must to have a hotel. Now we have 2 of them, because through the hotel, new inhabitants, new residents who come to visit, to stay for holidays, they get acquainted with this space, and then they are converted to residents. A requirement is not that the hotel should be a hotel. They should create the cozy atmosphere and give the idea about the services which will be available to the person when he decides to live there forever. And also entertainment park, the golf field, we are finishing its construction, and more medical center which is operating in the center. It's one of the top 3 hospitals and clinics in Russia. And next year we start to build over 200,000 square meters of new diagnostic and medical facilities and departments, together with the first medical university of Moscow, and also culture. We have a variety of cultural activities. We have the open air, we have the theater, and this is the center of the cultural life of the city. Thank you for your attention. Come to visit and stay to live.
Thank you. What is the demographic profile of the people that you're seeking to attract to Dobrograd? Is it people who live in that region? Is it people coming from Moscow, or what?
It's not a test. We had a hypothesis because we started that project in 2012. Today we have a very clear profile. We have the big numbers, big data. From the local region and neighboring regions, it's 12% of people who come to visit. And number 1 residents are people who, well, strangely move from Krasnodar region, Stavropol region. They complain about the weather in that region. That's too hot, and that's to our surprise. We received the comment that it's always hot in summer and windy in winter over there in the south. And the next regions, which have ecological issues, so unfavorable, the South Urals, Krasnoyarsk region, Kemerovo, Kuzbas region. Number 3, these are profile people who would like to be Europeans, but they have to be Asians, Far East, Blagoveshchensk, Chita, Irkutsk, these cities. Number 4, Moscow, and it started to happen during the pandemic. It became clear that you may live conveniently, having all of the services available, but in a green environment, and to work online, remotely, and it will provide for decent living. So these are our profiles today.
Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Vladimir. I'd like to turn to Denis Leontiev, who is the CEO of Strelka. Hello, how are you? Please, let me give you the floor immediately.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Sorry for my international colleagues. I will present my... I will make a presentation in Russian to make it more clear and maybe more fast. Я бы хотел...
Well, I would like to speak about 3 things that we've covered today, about the future, new cities, and also the urbanization. So about the future, firstly, when we are talking about these cities of the future, about the concepts of these cities, there are dozens, even hundreds of them. And what will be this real future, we do not know. And we cannot know that either, but still, each of the groups of the society has his own or her own ideas of the future city, and there are political, philosophical ideas and social ideas, and the symbiosis of different images of the future city gives us this image that we see, for example, for the future city of 2050. What will be the major factors to impact the city of the future, which is energy, ecology, economies, and all of these things which are changing our cities. As for energy, it was already mentioned. The most important thing is that we no longer use carbon energy, and in order to undergo the technical transformation, by 2050 we will require up to 50% more energy. So the need for energy will be increasing, and the sources of energy are decreasing the amount, and 2/3 of all of the energy which is produced is consumed by the cities. On one hand, we will have less sources, they become green, and but still because of new mobility needs and with the CO neutral economy and housing, so there is an increasing demand for energy. And the second thing is related to ecology, environmental situation. So the first has to do with climate change and climatic catastrophes, increasing level of the world ocean, more hurricanes, more intense rains, and the city of the future. This is a city in which is permanently fighting against ecological crises, and we cannot avoid that. We cannot hold down. In Russia, in many cities, it's happening, and we can witness that. The grey infrastructure, or this mechanism of protection that we're trying to use to protect ourselves in the 20th century, they will not work for that. We need new green infrastructure, new flexible approaches to those natural catastrophes, and we need to learn how to live in this constant state of climatic shock in big cities. The third factor is linked to economy, so there are four foundations for economy. So it's a platform economy, experience economy, sharing economy, and circular economy. These are four types of economies. The last one is something which means that everything is linked together, the use of our energy, and so these three E's, energy, ecology, and economy, will get us to the situation that we will change all of the infrastructural layers in the city, from mobility and ending with culture, entertainment, and education. These are the three key factors for transformation of our cities. As for the new cities, before we start talking about whether we need those new cities or not, so we need to understand what is the reason for emergence of new cities. The world is unevenly developing. We have the first wave of urbanization in some regions of the world, and when people move from villages to cities, and we have the third and second wave of urbanization when people in the second and third generation are citizens of the city and they improve the environment where they live. Talking about the first wave of urbanization, it is ending today in China. If we remember the 1960s, 17% of the population of China used to live in the cities. Now it's over 60%. By 2050, I think it will be around 80%. So that will be a big urbanization, more than in Russia today. Well, then just I think we should not guess about how many more big cities there will be in China. I think this is the trend which will finish, but where it will appear, it's starting to happen in Africa. This is the first wave of urbanization there, and as the situation develops, all of the mistakes which were committed, like John Lisey said, so it's highly probable to see all of these mistakes to be repeated in Africa. And the biggest city in the world will be in Africa by 2050, probably. Talking about the second wave of urbanization, we are talking about Europe, the Americas, and Canada as well, Australia. And here we are not talking about building new cities, but we are talking about improvements based on the factors that I've mentioned. And this is still a neutral environment, the use of the green sources of energy, and so on. And to my mind, unfortunately, Russia is facing the challenge of the second wave of urbanization. Most of our population lives in the cities, in the towns, and we use the tools of the first wave, which can briefly just explain with the three rules: accelerate, simplify, and make it cheaper. So this is our a traditional approach development of city urban environment. Well, to be honest, when we are talking about these three ways of urbanization, so we need to understand that African Eurasian region is the most interesting, because at the same time we have four big trends. On one hand, very intense urbanization of Africa, in China and Asia, so the first wave of urbanization is finishing, and the new quality of cities in Europe and Russia, which is trying to find its own way where to go, either to repeat the first way of urbanization, rebuild all of the cities and remove all of the Soviet infrastructure, or start to develop and improve the quality of infrastructure which was created with such great effort in the 20th century. And the last topic which was addressed, this is urbanization, de-urbanization, whether the cities are relevant or we all are moving to villages soon, talking about the population of the world. 7.5 billion, that's the global population. So I think today there is no alternative to live in the cities. If we say no to the cities, we will just kill the global ecosystem, so we will put the final blow on it, and so that we will have one single ecosystem, natural ecosystem, which should be restored. I think this is the future we are approaching, but we will live in the cities. And McLuhan also came up with the term that the world is a global village. I think this global village is being urbanized today and is transformed into a global city. So we will have a new global city that we will see in the nearest future by 2050. And when they say that people move away from big cities, they leave the big cities, and these cities start to die out, I always say, when I hear that in my presentations, we need to understand what is the mindset of the people who are moving to smaller towns and cities, smaller density. They have the urban mindset. These are the urban residents who have the same understanding of preservation of ecosystem, of infrastructure, and they also transform these territories to urban territories, but with different qualities. It's not the urbanization of the world, but this is the global urbanization when the world will become a global city for intense urban development and restoration of ecosystems.
Well, thanks, Dennis. That was very, very interesting. Very, very, very fascinating discussion. The fact of the matter is, because this whole conversation is about new cities, is about greenfield urbanizations, building cities from scratch. And the fact of the matter is, more than 9 times out of 10, new cities just don't work well. They're failures. Either they don't reach the population targets that were set, the quality of life is not better in them than the places that people are coming from. So I think the key challenge is, how do we make these new urban areas a success? I hope that taking into account some of the ideas that have been exchanged will lead to a higher success rate. That's very, very important. I mean, I can't remember who said that the key to making a great city, a successful city, is to build a university and then wait 200 years and you'll have a city that builds around a university. We don't have the luxury of time. I mean, we do have to save the planet. We have to we think in terms of years and generations at the maximum. So it's not at all clear to me how we can, a Masdar or a Neom or a Dobrograd can be successes quickly. I think that still has to be worked out, frankly. But I want to thank everybody for their time. Very, very interesting discussion. I wish we had a lot more time. But we don't, and I'd certainly love to come visit Dobrograd, and I apologize for saying that it was in the Moscow region. I realize it's actually quite distant up in Vladimir. Thank you very, very much, and look forward to continuing the discussion in other formats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Добрый день. Меня зовут Анна Тропкова.
Hello, my name is Anna Tropkova. I will be moderating this panel, Life and Legacy and Death of Soviet Avant-Garde Vkhutemas art studios that existed for 10 years in the Soviet Union, and they influenced seriously the today's vision of architecture and design and artistic language of the 20th century. And before I make a brief introduction to explain why I will be moderating this panel, I want to first of all introduce the participants of today's discussion. Anna Volkova, the author of the book Avant-Garde as a Method of Vkhutemas, and the space of education, territory of education, Anton Demerink, Senior Program Director of Children Foundation, Catherine Croft, Director of 20th Century Society Organization, Khmelnytsky Anton, Architect, founder of IE Studio Bureau. Going back to the topic we discussed, I want to speak about the experience of Museum of Moscow. It's a story about artistic phenomena of Vkhutemas. Last year, in 2020, we celebrated 100th anniversary of Vkhutemas, and let me share my screen with you. And the Museum of Moscow jointly with 50 organizations and collectors organized this exhibition of Vkhutemas, 100 years of avant-garde art school. And this was a remarkable event for Moscow and Russia. Though it was particularly about Moscow, Vkhutemas, you see the picture of the building. That I must say, when organizing this exhibition, I'm going to show it first of all to our colleagues from abroad because they could not attend it. Our major task was to provide a comprehensive picture of Vkhutemas as an institution of education and their methods of training with major department, like in similar institution in Germany, Bauhaus. Its special department played more important role than in Bauhaus. In Bauhaus, they had training at a major department from 1 semester to 1 year, and in Vkhutemas, the course lasted 2 years, and then the students were split into different departments and faculties: sculpture, fine art, and architecture, applied arts like ceramics, polygraphic faculty, wood work in wood processing, and textile. And for those times, this was a revolution in art education. And this slide shows you a catalogue of our exhibition. It's a new stage of getting to know Vkhutemas. Why is it important? Because Vkhutemas, being abolished in 1930, remained a marginal phenomena for decades, and it was disappearing, did not disappear at once, and later on we started turning to design and recalling, recalling methods that were passed on from mouth to mouth, methods of instruction. in this institution, and the methodology and the archive left after the closure of this institution is still unstudied thoroughly. At the world level, the situation is even more tragic. This tragism is present, will be present during our panel Life, Death and Legacy. The tragism of the situation is that unlike German analog, at the world level, the legacy of Hutemas remained unstudied, but it appears that today it's the right moment when we can turn to the experience of Hutemas after 100 years. Despite the critical attitude of our community, well, we didn't find a lot of supporters. Very few heard of Hutemas, but when we organized and opened the exhibition, we had a lot of visitors and huge interest despite the pandemic. It was very popular, though the period of attendance was reduced by 2 times because of the COVID, but it was one of the most visited physically and virtually. We prepared a digital version of this exposition, and if you follow this link, which is in the right top corner, you can have a look. And the success of the exhibition prompted us to continue our research activity, and which is very important, in my opinion, to establish links between the restore the links between the processes in the Soviet Union and in Europe, and connection of technology work with the legacy today, the work in terms of education, which is very demanding and popular in Russia, and in terms of architectural legacy. Well, I apologize for this long introduction. I wanted to really outline the problems and explain the reason why Hutemas is a showcase, and why we decided to talk on it. We have Anna Bokova today, who is an architect actively integrated in international architectural community. She was a curator of architecture section of this exhibition. And Anna, you are present from New York online, and you can tell us what happened in the 1920s and 30s that resulted in a dramatic difference of perception of Hutemas here and Bauhaus abroad, and the trace of Hutemas in the history of architecture, speaking about it in the international context. Good afternoon, Anna, and thanks for your wonderful representation and this introduction. Well, actually, I'm not in New York now. I am in Western Europe.
It is summer and it is July, so we're all trying to enjoy this strange moment, I would say, as much as we can. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to meet everyone. So thank you for the invitation, and thank you to the organizers as well, and thank you, Anna, again for the introduction. I will speak in English if that's okay, just because I thought that the session was going to be in English, but I'm happy to switch at any point as well when we have a discussion. So it was a great pleasure to be the one of the co-curators in the exhibition. It really was. And I hope we'll see more of the work that was done by the Moscow Museum in the future, because it was truly a kind of a landmark in not just in exhibition making, but really in terms of the research that was done and in terms of the kind of public, I would say, outcry and the kind of coming together of different people who one way or the other were connected to Vkhutemas, meaning through their, grandparents, teachers, and all sorts of other personal and professional history. So it was really kind of a very active event, in addition to just being a tremendously beautiful and rich exhibition. So congratulations on that again. I will try to share my screen, and just give me 1 second. So I will do my best to talk as briefly as possible about Vkhutemas and why it is the forgotten cradle of modern architecture. So for more answers, because we only got 7 minutes, right? And I will try to stick to the time. So that means until 4:20, correct, at this point, just to confirm. And Anna, please stop me if I go over. But I just recently published a book on Vkhutemas, which really focuses on as Anna so eloquently said, the pedagogy of the course space, which was the kind of foundation, one of the 4 foundational courses at the school, but that really was, I think, the very first pedagogy of modern architecture, even if we were to compare it with the Bauhaus. So the big question, and one of the many questions that I ask in the book, is why was Vkhutemas forgotten? And so I go back to this chart by a canonical chart by the first director of the Museum of Modern Art, Alfred Barr, who positioned here Bauhaus right here in this in his book as the primary outcome of a whole range of avant-garde movements. So Cubism, Futurism, De Stijl, and of course, curiously enough, Suprematism and Constructivism, the 2 Russian movements. And the question that I ask is why not Vkhutemas, right, as kind of something that is part of this history of modern architecture, which is right here, right in this square. So was Barr not aware of it? No, that's not the case, because Barr actually visited Vkhutemas at least 3 times, as we know from his diary, and also was really impressed by what he saw in Moscow at the time. He writes that there's no place where talent of an artistic or literary sort is so carefully nurtured as in Moscow. We'd rather be here than any place on earth. And that's what he writes in his diary around 1927-28. So strange phenomena here, and why he is not mentioning Vkhutemas is a big question, and I explain that in quite detail in the book. But just so we understand whether Vkhutemas was known or unknown at the time, we can just refer to the publications that were published at the time, such as, for example, the ABC magazine, and even the very fundamental book by Adolf Bene on modern functional building, which features the work from not just, of course, the famous architects such as Vysnin brothers, but also from the Vkhutemas space course here shown on the left. The other important figure who was very important, who was critical in disseminating the heritage of Vkhutemas was of course Lisitsky, who published over 100 actual works in his book that you see here. The Reconstruction of Architecture in the Soviet Union and New Ways of Building in the World from 1929-1930. And of course, the catalog of the exhibition, which had a rather wide circulation. There's actually a couple of catalogs that was designed by Rodchenko, of course, features the
connection is lost.
And here we see the exposition of the works of the students from various departments in Khoutumas, shown here at the Grand Palais in Paris in 1925. In some ways, to me, this exhibit reminds me of the show at the Moscow Museum. So in terms of its scale and ambition, for sure. So I think, again, I hope that we will be able to see it again, if perhaps in a different venue. And so I think it was at the time something that had a huge resonance and was quite, I would imagine, circulated quite widely in terms of, the kind of the novelty and the achievements of the school and its works. And we do know of course, the works of the faculty of the school. So Alexander Rodchenko's famous Workers' Club showroom that he presented at the exhibition. Of course, we all know about the Soviet pavilion designed by Konstantin Melnikov, who was a Khoutumas professor and taught at the school pretty much consistently for the decade. Again, not often connected or not often thought of as a professor of the school. And so that's a big question of why don't we think of those amazing architects and artists as teachers? And this is something what I try to sort of really focus on in my work. And just to give you some context, of course, this is the place where Le Corbusier did one of his early famous buildings, the Pavilion Esprit Nouveau. By the way, Le Corbusier said that the only building worth visiting in the exhibition was the pavilion by Melnikov. So Le Corbusier himself, to give him credit, also visited Moscow a number of times and visited Khoutumas. And after visiting the school in 1928, he described it as, and I quote, as an extraordinary demonstration of the modern credo. Here, a new world is being rebuilt out of a mystique which gives rise to a pure technique. And this is actually probably one of the reasons why Jean-Louis Cohen's famous book on Le Corbusier is called The Mystique of the USSR. So if I were to kind of wrap up this short brief, I would sort of indent, reimagine the chart by Alfred Barr with Khoutumas in place, so right here. And also I would add another movement which was not so well known called rationalism as, again, a kind of a critical part of what created the modern architecture as such. And perhaps I would just, I know, again, the time flies, so what I would also say is just a few words about the kind of this idea of the relationship between Russian avant-garde and the revolutionary events and education. So revolution in art, in fact, preceded the actual political revolution, as we all know. And left artists embraced the political change, literally turning the streets into brushes and squares into canvases, to quote Moskovский. I would argue that the most important theme in Soviet architecture continued to be sort of emerged in the early about 1919 and continued on, was the space for mass assembly, the new structure of the future. And here we have structures from, of course, Statlin's famous monument to the Third International and the maybe lesser known projects by Nikolai Ladovsky, such as this communal house, but also his temple for the communication of the people, designed roughly around the same time. And this really initiated a kind of decade-long search for the new architectural symbol that culminates, as we all know, in 1932 with the winning entry of the Palace of Soviets by Boris Afan, Shuko, and Galfrey. And arguably, I would say no other building type embodied the search for the new architectural form more fully than the workers' clubs. And here's just a small selection of some of the workers' clubs that were designed and built around this sort of also a short period, but a bit more in the 30s. Some of the hits that we all know and see and love is, of course, the Rusakov Club by Melnikov and Zuev Club by Golosov, again, two professors of the Khoutumas, still to this day actually doing quite well, comparatively speaking. And just to give you a sense of the scale, because I think it is important, those were large buildings. This is to scale with the Guggenheim Museum in the center. Those were really considered as new temples for the new mass society. And to kind of give you a sense of how big they were and how many they were, in Moscow alone, we have about 160 workers' clubs built around the kind of late 1920s, early 1930s. So it's a large body of buildings. And many of those, and so this is where I wish I had another 7 minutes, but I don't. I would argue that we have really kind of a continuity between the Vkhutemas form-finding exercises and Ladovsky's core space, and the sort of buildings that are that we know as those new social condensers. And maybe just to kind of give you a quick sort of flow through some of the things also that were exhibited at the Moscow Museum show that are exercises from the core space kind of early on that are, in fact, kind of represent the very, very strong pedagogical approach of that period. And I think we can all recognize some of our favorite buildings here, including maybe even the Guggenheim. And
I'm very sorry, because I think that you should share your screen, because we don't see all these beautiful buildings. It's like first, and secondly, I'm afraid that you run out of time.
I am terribly sorry, and
I'm sorry, not to say it before. Yeah, so can you just quickly show us all your
Yes. Where did I drop you? I dropped you here, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Probably, yeah, this one.
Those are the workers' clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Again, so I'll just fly through those.
Thank you so much.
This is the Guggenheim connection. I am terribly sorry about this. And the comparison of scales, and I think maybe just one more. And I will show you, those are the things that were exhibited, that were exercises on mass and weight that were studios. And I think it's interesting to see how those abstract exercises become concrete architectural projects as they are getting, as the students are advancing in their studies. And I love this photo because it really shows this kind of a relationship to the classroom and also relationship to the instructions that the students were given. So I would end here, and thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much for this beautiful study, and this is actually a really nice bridge to Catherine Craft, because you just saw all the heritage of Vkhutemas that we have on the streets of Moscow in our city. And Catherine, your organization, the 20th Century Society, is aimed for the most tense question for developers, for citizens, how to keep this heritage alive, what to do with this heritage. I mean, like, I'm as director of City Museum, I face this question every day from different sides, from different stakeholders. So please tell us more about your practice, and probably you can give some advices to us, because I can say that in Moscow 10-15 years ago, like the question how to save avant-garde heritage, it was out of the public agenda. We just started to work with this. And can you just switch on your mic?
Yes. Thank you very much for that, Anna. Yes, it sounds as though the exhibition was fantastic. I'm really sorry I wasn't able to come. And I've never been to Moscow. I would love to come and see what you're doing in terms of exploring your 20th century heritage. I have got a PowerPoint, but we were having trouble with it earlier, so I'm going to try and do a screen share, but I may have to just speak to nothing. Let me. Can you see that? That's the...
Yeah.
what I was planning on doing, if I'd had all my photos showing, was that I was going to briefly say a bit about what the 20th Century Society is, and then I was going to show you two London council estates that have had very different recent futures that I think are quite interesting. So they are the Golden Lane estate and Balfron Tower, and I'll come on to those. So we are 20th Century Society is a charity, and we're a members group. People pay to join us because they want to support the cause of saving 20th century architecture. But we do have a small grant from government, and we have an official role in the planning process, which we fought really hard to get. And we were founded in 1979, and we started out just dealing with buildings of the interwar period. And when I got involved, about 15 years ago, we very much moved on to looking at the legacy of the post-war period in Britain, and particularly the public buildings in London. So at the moment, we kind of split our time between campaigning for individual buildings, so that's both trying to get them put on the list of historic buildings so that they have a degree of protection under law, and also liaising with their owners and architects and planners so that the schemes that come forward to alter them or reuse them are sympathetic to the original structures. But I think all the time, alongside that kind of frontline stuff, we've been trying to do as much as possible to, on a much broader basis, to change public opinion about 20th century buildings and their potential to have a good new function in the 21st century. And it's that balance of doing those two things that I think has been key to how we've been operating. And at the moment, we are faced with two really big issues, one of which is what to do about the high street post-COVID. Everyone's buying everything online. What are we going to do with all those listed shops and department stores? And also, I think, a final waking up to the impact of climate change and a feeling that we absolutely can't be campaigning to keep these buildings unless we can demonstrate that we could improve their environmental performance. And doing that without, ruining what we care about is very, very difficult. So I was going to show you a few of the cases we've been involved with recently, but something is completely wrong with my pictures. So I will skip straight to my two council estates. So the first one is Balfron Tower, which is part of the Brownfield estate, and it's in Tower Hamlets, which is a fairly poor part of London, not particularly fashionable, although it's quite near our new financial centre at Canary Wharf. It has a very large immigrant population. A lot of Bengali and Somali people live there. And this estate was built from 1965 to 75 by emigre architect Erno Goldfinger, who is quite a kind of cult figure, with not least because his name got borrowed for the James Bond movies, which has given him a certain cachet. But he is very much seen as a leading brutalist architect in Britain who is a famous name. And the tower itself is listed at grade 2 star, and it's part of an estate that's listed at grade 2. So these are just some images to give you an idea, just sort of how iconic Goldfinger's architecture has become. I have the skirt. Where we're not on Zoom, I might be wearing it. And there are also model kits, and the image on the right is a print that's designed for people to hang on their walls. It's very much part of kind of popular culture and currency in London at the moment. But what's happened at this estate is that the local, the housing association who owns it felt that they couldn't find the money to renovate the whole estate other than by selling off the sort of iconic tower block to a private developer. So the situation that we've got now is that the lower parts of the estate continue as public housing, but the most architecturally flamboyant and interesting part, the tower itself, has been totally upgraded and actually fundamentally changed. All the fenestration has been replaced and most of the flats have been completely replanned. So although one would think on the basis of all those images I was just showing that there would be a market for sort of authentic brutalist reuse, that wasn't thought to be the case, and it's been reinvented. And there's been an awful lot of criticism not least on social media. This is an image comparing the before and after windows, which obviously are very, very different, and describing the work that's been done there as a travesty. Here are some images of the from the marketing materials, showing you now how beautiful and chic and wonderful it looks. And I think it's very much, it's really interesting that they choose to show all these images in black and white. This is very much kind of buying into that, the kind of, I mean, there are design classics used to furnish it. It's very much selling this at a very specific market through a very specific set of choices about how representation is carried out. And I kind of couldn't resist putting you this one in, just because it's the firm who's done all the fit out of the kitchens is actually called Urban Myth, which I think says quite a lot about the enormous sort of energy that's gone into storytelling, into reinventing this building, not as public housing, but as something quite other, and as something aimed at very much at an elite, very moneyed, very highly cultured segment of society, and that's who's buying into it, and they are incredibly expensive. And then in comparison, we've also been working with Crescent House, which is part of the Golden Lane estate, which is right next door to the Barbican in London, which is one of the most famous of our post-war estates. It's in the City of London. It's right on the edge of the main financial centre of the City of London, but it is still mainly public housing. And it's built by architects Chamberlain, Powell and Bonn. It was one of their first projects, and they went on to be incredibly successful, including building Cambridge colleges and huge amounts of both public and private buildings. And again, the building that I'm going to show you is listed Grade 2 star, which means it's really special in terms of our preservation, but it's part of an estate that has a broader heritage designation as well. So what we're talking about here is Crescent House at the front, which, as you can see, has had some not very sympathetic concrete repairs, and it's also got major problems with all its fenestration and the sort of proto-curtain wall. This was just a slide of the Barbican, which is what these architects go on to do next door immediately after, and is one of the most famous 20th century sites in London. The tower block element of the Golden Lane estate, which has this fantastic roof terrace, which is a sort of direct quote from Corbusier, and was incredibly innovative and amazing when it was first constructed, has actually been very successfully reclad completely by an architect called John Robertson, and that was all done with an external scaffold, which you can see here, and was done without moving the tenants and certainly without changing ownership of any of the units. I think that's where we have another. Yes, I think. Apologies, but what I was going to show you was details of how those windows, these windows here on Crescent House, are now falling apart. And what we're trying to do there is work with the City of London to find a scheme that enables us to maintain the tenure, upgrade that facade so that they can reach their net carbon zero targets by 2030, and can do it without throwing out the tenants who are very happily living there. I mean, I think that doing that successfully is incredibly taxing. The more you look at the details that need to be matched, and the more you consider just how fragile that original structure is and how carefully detailed it is, the more one realises that is, I think, an enormous challenge that's facing us. And we have to be able to point to good examples of this in practice if we're going to be able to carry on getting other buildings like this listed and preserved. So I think I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Catherine. It's a very important insight, and of course, I will be happy to invite you to Moscow after COVID-19 will stop to share more of your experience in preservation of post-war heritage of modernism, which is really important for us as well. And now is the time to give floor to Antoine Weimering. From 2014, you in Getty Foundation launched the program Keeping It Modern, that dedicated to the preservation of key 20th century buildings. So please tell about the program and about your experience, how it works to preserve 20th century building. Is it different to work with previous centuries heritage?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you also to the organizers for inviting me. I'm going to start sharing my screen, and let me first make sure I hit the right buttons. It's this one. Can you see that all right? I think, yeah, excellent. Yeah. So I will talk about Keeping It Modern, which is a grant initiative that we launched in 2014, and we made our last grants in 2020. And I titled my talk as it's an international grant initiative that keeps giving back, because there's so much that is coming out of this initiative that we had originally not thought about and not intended as an outcome, but is really an outcome that helps the field tremendously. And I should start by saying that the Getty Foundation is embedded in the J. Paul Getty Trust. And the trust is a non-governmental operating foundation. So we're basically a private operating foundation. And we are known for having an art museum, a research institute, a conservation institute, and then a small foundation. Like I mentioned, we started in 2014, and we had a fairly simple goal. We were aiming to look at advancing the conservation and stewardship of 20th century architecture. We developed this initiative in connection and in discussion with our colleagues at the Conservation Institute in the Getty, but also with specialists around the world, and including with Catherine Croft. As we developed the initiative, we thought of 4 funding strategies. One is that we would support research and analysis that would lead to planning for individual buildings, conservation management planning for individual buildings. We supported only a few implementation grants. An important strategy that we discovered had a lot of benefit is to convene grantees and key consultants. So each year after we had a competition, because it was an open competition, we would convene the grantees in London to look at examples like the Golden Lane Estate, the Barbican, the National Theatre, how they manage change in their building, how they anticipate change, what they value as being the most significant elements of a building, and then how you can engage with stakeholders to develop a management plan that is implementable. And our last strategy is that we felt that it's important to share the outcomes with the field. Oops. So I will show you a few very quick samples, because I know that I want to stick to my time. This Boston City Hall, which was under threat of demolition for a number of years, because the citizens of Boston and the then mayor didn't like the function of the building. And they received a grant, I think maybe in 2015 or 2016. And with that, they studied the building and they drew up a plan which is now sort of captured in this Boston City Hall Conservation Management Plan, which is endorsed by the mayor. So the mayor's name is on the management plan. And that is a tremendous change from the threat of demolition to now the view and the sentiment toward preserving Boston City Hall. Farther afield in Taiwan, when I first reached out to this chapel and they came with a question and a request for funding, for support, they asked for a high pressure cleaner for the outside of the chapel. So that was their point of departure. They wanted to clean the chapel. And through a process of discussion and through the process of having them complete a proposal for keeping it modern grand, they already grew by understanding that they had first to take a holistic approach to understanding what this building is, what are its key features, and then begin to decide how to care for it. And so starting with the question for a high pressure cleaning to today, that this building is the first modern building in Taiwan that is recognized as a historic monument. So it's a simple grant in a way can have such an impact where, you know, modern architecture all of a sudden is recognized as modern heritage. Another really great example, I think, is the Stadio Flaminio, which was built for the 1960s Olympics. And you may all remember Abe Bikila, who from Ethiopia, who won this race, and it was a triumph. I mean, the whole world stood on its head, I think. And this stadium functioned well, but then because of its small size, it became slowly dilapidated. It had been used for rugby mostly. They had an Olympic swimming pool. They had a gymnasium that you see here empty in the back, in the middle. And they used it for rock concerts. But it was dilapidated, and with the University of La Sapienza, they developed a conservation plan for the initiative, for the stadium, sorry. But because the city of Rome, the council, was so impressed by the approach, they asked the key investigator, Francesco Romeo of La Sapienza, to create a development plan for the whole site, because the whole site needs revitalization. And so a grant focusing on one stadium now focuses on an area. And that's a really good development. Plus, that the city of Rome chose to list this building as well as a city monument. And here in the background, you may see Luigi Nervi's Palazzo del Sport, which is also an incredibly iconic building. Now, for you at home in Moscow, there is, of course, the Melnikov House. And Melnikov House also received a grant, and with that, they researched very thoroughly and very carefully the history of the building, the fabric of the building, the interiors, how the interiors were changed, how the soil conditions. So with all that work, they too developed a conservation plan that sets forth what is most significant about Melnikov House, and how can you best approach it for its preservation. And this manual, by the way, is free to download from the Getty website. Also, a little bit farther afield, but still in Russia, is in Ekaterinburg, the White Tower by Moshe Reicher, which is an incredibly beautiful example of Russian constructivism, and very much fits in the narrative that Anna Bokov explained in opening today's session. As I mentioned, one of our strategies, and this was very much in collaboration with the 20th Century Society and the Getty Conservation Institute, we organized these convenings in London where topics like significance, topics like stakeholders, like how do you interact with government officials, but also with the neighbors. Those topics were explored over a 3 or 4 day period, and then blended with site visits. And because these convenings were quite intense, the networks that were formed during those sessions really lasted, and some of them last until today. And therefore, there is this sort of, that created this momentum that professional architectural conservators began to identify themselves with the Keeping It Modern initiative and began to spread thoughts about the methodology with its partners that were not involved with Keeping It Modern projects. I have only a few slides left. We also survey the grantees, and some of the things that we are after is, were they able to implement a conservation plan or a conservation management plan? And what we find quite impressive is that we asked, you know, did you get any additional support for your buildings? And you can see that in 2019, 63% of the respondents said they did receive further support, and that has increased in 2020. So these are only 2 years of surveys, but we'll continue to survey the grantees because we are, you know, it will help us with considering and designing future grant-making initiatives. Lastly, I want to mention that on our website, we have the Keeping It Modern report library, and our grantees are very generous in letting us share their conservation plans with specialists in the field. Now, these are copyrighted, so nobody may publish them, but you can freely download them and use them for your own purposes. So this is another way that a funding initiative can give back to society and reach a broader audience. With that, I'm going to say spasiba, and I look forward to the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anton. So we're really short in time, so I have to give the floor to Anton Khmelnytsky, and let me switch into Russian, and we're back to Moscow. Вы в Москве сегодня практикуете...
Now, in Moscow, you are developing an architectural trend to preserve heritage. Could you expand on your recent projects? Yeah, right. I wanted to pass over to practical side of the question to show a small case study. We were lucky enough to work with just a second. We worked with constructivism building over the last few years. Though our decision, I must say, was provocative enough, not in terms of design, but in terms of working with the legacy of the 1920s, worst-case scenario. Because it used to be a private building built in 1924 as a telephone station, and there were 5 of them in Moscow, of the same designer, by an engineer constructor, not an architect. Purely utilitarian approach was used in design, and during the period of recent 25 years, 2 of them were pulled down. This photo is of 1924, and when we were approached by a developer, this building looked like this, very shabby, in appearance, without an owner for 15 years, with a transfer to digital technologies. Such analog phone stations were not necessary because switchboards and commutators occupied large spaces, and after digitalization the space floor area was needed much less. And it appeared that you could construct something bigger on the site. So the question of reconstruction was not raised at all. It was decided to pull down the building because it had and has no any status of protection, and the developer had no obligations to city authorities. And what else can be said? We are aware of other examples of constructivism buildings that still preserve their function, like Narkomfin dormitory building was restored with the preservation of the residential concept, and clubhouses are preserved, but this one was the worst case scenario. The function of this building ceased to exist because we don't have analog telephone stations, and the developer decided to convert it into an apartment block. So the principle of construction of this building, and another problem was in the 20s was that such buildings were erected very fast, and the construction quality was low. Well, but from my experience comparing 19th and 20th century buildings, I can say that constructivist buildings are not significantly worse, but the slabs and partitions were of poor quality. I mean, the material. We persuaded developers for a long time that it's not necessary to demolish, and we came up with a compromise solution to preserve the existing building, and we managed to restore the color combination of the original appearance of the building in the archive. And no developer would be willing to build something smaller, and as an option we proposed to add extra volume, hovering over the existing building, and to have a clear distinction between the previous architectural form and the new one. So we decided to repeat the same color range, but in modern solution, modern appearance. And this approach in terms of conservation of course raises questions, but the question remains, is it better to pull it down completely, or to find some option for conservation which will be a compromise variant, at least to try to give these buildings another life and to offer some new function for such buildings. And the fact that we preserved the main facade and practically speaking it would have been more expensive. I can quote some figures. The budget is quite huge, could be very huge, and we managed to persuade, and practice proved that we were right, because this new building has the heart of the old building, in our opinion, and this turned out to be a tasty piece of cake for developers to sell it. It's a residential complex with a unique theme of constructivism and interesting story of origin. And talking to clients, we understand that there is a response, and I understand that the approach for conservation is dubious, and it's a compromise. And me, as a practical architect, looking at the choice whether to pull down or to build something new, well, in such cases, when the building is not a historical monument, then you I am trying to develop this particular trend to preserve. Anton, thank you. We have 2 minutes before the final of our discussion, and I guess it's not the discussion. It was only the first approach when we introduced our projects. This panel is very, very illustrative, just to compare international discourse, Western perspective of the 20th century legacy, and what we are living with, we are living in, when we are only beginning to approach the issue of preserving avant-garde of the 20th and 30s, and the innovative project is because nothing was destroyed. The facade is in place, and it was, of course, expensive, and there are some methodological recommendations how to work with such objects of modernism also. And this discussion involving experts from other countries to pinpoint, maybe outline some principles that might be interesting dealing with commercial projects, discussing it with some businessmen and researchers like Anna Volkova and others. Well, we have to discuss it and study it deeper. Well, and this Museum of Moscow is a leader and organized this exhibition of Kutemas, and I think this museum should remain as a leader in this area, speaking about objects of architecture of the 20th and 30s, and I hope for support of our foreign colleagues, and I think Moscow Urban Forum also. And thank you very much. Can I add one phrase?
Extremely exciting that the session really showed that the the kind of the buildings that we're discussing, they're not just structures, but they really are the embodiment of a certain philosophy, of a certain cultural moment, of a certain ideology. And it's wonderful that we're now coming to terms with it, and we're really looking at it in this kind of deeper level, kind of deep dive. So it's great to see that. So it's not an easy thing for us to come to terms with, I think, especially given our complex history of the 20th century. But it's great to see it through the work. Amazing work that each of my colleagues here are demonstrating. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say